Good evening and welcome to the June 6th meeting of the Glendale City Council, being called to order at 6:05 p.m. May we have roll call, please?
Yes, council members Asatryan.
Here.
Divine.
Here.
Kasakian.
Here.
Najarian. Mayor Brotman.
Here. And now, would everybody please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And please remain standing. We have a proclamation, we have an invocation. An invocation which will be given by Mr. Shant Jaltarosian. Thank you.
All right. The late writer Bell Hooks said, "When we choose to love, we choose to move against fear, against alienation and separation. The choice to love is the choice to connect, to find ourselves in the other."
Thank you. You may be seated. Okay, so let's see, Madam Clerk, may we have your report, please?
Yes, the agenda for the June 6, 2023 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council was posted on Wednesday, May 31st, 2023 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
Thank you. And what is next?
Next are presentations and appointments. The first is agenda preview for the meetings of Tuesday, June 13, 2023 by Assistant City Manager John Tartalian.
Good evening, Mayor Brotman, members of the City Council. Next week, we will have a joint City Council Housing Authority meeting in the afternoon with 2 items on that agenda. The first will be regarding the adoption of the fiscal year 23-24 Glendale Housing Authority budget, as well as approval of professional services agreements with 3 different separate firms. The first would be with Emphasis Software, the second with Kane, Ballmer, and Berkman, and the final contract will be with Heritage Housing Partners. We'll also have a report from Community Services and Parks Department regarding grant funds for the HealthNet LLC and LA Care under the Housing and Homeless Incentive Program. That meeting will be followed by a special meeting of the City Council in the afternoon. 1 item on that agenda, and that would be regarding adoption of plans and specifications and authorization to advertise for bids for the Artsakh Arts and Entertainment District Improvement Project. Under our council meeting in the evening, starting at 6, we have 5 consent items. First will be regarding the award of a contract for fiscal year 23-24 legal advertising for the City of Glendale. That will be followed by GWP's annual authority for the purchase of sale and energy commodities and services report. The third consent item will be from finance. That'll be related to sheeting of unclaimed checks and deposits, followed by a report from Public Works regarding contract award for elevator renovations at various facilities. And the final consent item will be again from Public Works regarding a final tract map for a 2-unit condominium subdivision located at 2652 Manhattan Avenue. Under action items, we also have 5 items in that category. The first will be from Public Works regarding levy of annual assessments and preparation of the engineer's report for the North San Fernando Road Corridor Landscape Maintenance District. That'll be followed by 2 items from the Finance Department. The first would be adoption of the city's fiscal year 23-24 GAN appropriation limit. The second item from Finance will be the annual Glendale Water and Power transfer. Public Works Department will also provide us an update on motion authorizing to negotiate and enter into an agreement with the Beeline and Dial-A-Ride service contract. And the final item under action items that evening will be an award of a contract for building maintenance and repair services. We'll round out that evening with 3 separate hearings. The first will be the public hearing for the 23-24 citywide annual budget. We'll have our first public hearing pertaining to the composition of council districts related to the city's proposed transition to district-based elections. And the final hearing that evening will be from Community Development regarding an appeal of a design review board approval for a project located at 1650 Hasbeth Lane.
Okay, thank you very much. And Madam Clerk, next is our proclamation.
Yes.
Okay. So we have an exciting proclamation. It's Pride Month. and we are going to honor Pride Month with this proclamation and 2 mayor's commendations to 2 groups that are very important in our community. So I would ask Gray James from Glendale Out, Shant Jaltarosian from GALES, which is the Gay and Lesbian Association, Gay and Lesbian, you're going to have to tell me.
Armenian Society.
Armenian Society.
Formerly known as, yes.
Yes, okay. The Gay and Lesbian Armenian Society, GALES. And we also have association. Okay. And we also have Diane Lambalot, who is the president of our Commission on the Status of Women. So why don't you all come to the podium, and I'm going to read this proclamation, and you can see it's quite long, and it's in small print. Just hang in there, because I have another copy which I can actually see, and I'm going to read this one. So the proclamation reads, whereas since 1970, Americans come together every June to honor and celebrate the 1969 Stonewall Uprising that catalyzed the LGBTQIA+ civil rights movement. And whereas June has become known as Pride Month, a time to honor the trailblazers who paved the way in the fight for equality, regardless of gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation. And whereas we uphold that all citizens deserve to live without fear of discrimination and violence on the basis of gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation, and whereas this Pride Month, at a time when the LGBTQIA+ residents and their allies are under increasing attack in Glendale, Pride Month serves not only as a celebration, but also a call to action to build a safe and inclusive community for all. Whereas we acknowledge that achieving systemic and lasting change within the city of Glendale regarding LGBTQIA+ visibility, progress, and equality is a continued effort. And whereas we acknowledge that LGBTQIA+ communities in Glendale and throughout the region are in need of intentional and extensive support to ensure their protection against discrimination and their access to full equality. And whereas we pledge to continue to support organizations such as GALES and Glendale Out, which provide critical social and educational resources to the community. And whereas we recognize that now, more than ever, we must work to support educators and professionals who work to ensure children and families in the LGBTQIA+ communities feel accepted and respected by making schools an inclusive and safe space for all students. And whereas we strongly condemn acts of hate, discrimination, and violence against our LGBTQIA residents and neighbors, and uphold the importance of allyship and the critical role it plays in the safety and well-being of the LGBTQIA+ communities of Glendale. Now, therefore, I, Daniel Brotman, Mayor of the City of Glendale, with the promise of equality, unity, and love for all, proudly proclaim June 2023 as Pride Month in Glendale. Be it further resolved that Glendale City Hall will be lit with the colors of the Pride flag during June to recognize the important contributions of our LGBTQIA+ residents in making Glendale a vibrant and thriving community. Thank you. And now we will come down with my council colleagues. Please join me. We'll come down for a photo op, and we will deliver the proclamation. And before we do it, my apologies. I have 2 mayor's commendations as well, which I'll give, one to Glendale Out and the other to GALES LGBTQ+ Armenian Society.
Mayor Brotman, I have a few comments. Should I make them now or at the end?
Yes, please do that.
Okay.
Make them now. I apologize.
They're just short comments. I'm Diane Lambalot, Chair of the Commission on the Status of Women. I thank you on behalf of my fellow commissioners for this 2023 Pride Month proclamation. The commission approved it during its May 8th meeting, where we were proud and happy to do so. Supporting LGBTQ plus rights falls, we feel, within the Commission's mission to advance social justice and equality and ensure equality of rights and opportunities for all women and girls in Glendale, including those who are members of the LGBTQ plus community. Indeed, the concept of human rights is that all people have equal rights. In other words, that their rights are the same, but not to say that all people are the same. The Commission stands in solidarity with the LGBTQ plus community and organizations like GALAS and Glendale Out that are doing the important work of raising consciousness and creating spaces for LGBTQ plus people in our city. Thank you again for this important proclamation.
Thank you. And Shank, did you also have a comment?
I do.
Okay, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Brotman and esteemed Glendale City Council. I am honored to accept this on behalf of GALAS LGBTQ plus Armenian Society. The rest of our board members are currently down the street at the GUSD board meeting in support of our teachers and students. We want to thank the City of Glendale for your exemplary leadership and support of the LGBTQ plus community. This is an especially hard time for our community, and we are committed to making sure that all LGBTQ plus Armenians are safe, welcome to, and celebrated within our society. Thank you for being part of this journey with us.
Thank you. Okay. And I would give Gray James from Glendale out an opportunity to speak, but I know that he's not one for the mic, so we'll just go do the photo op, okay? Did get the right one.
Yeah.
And you can maybe set them down for a minute because I want you to hold this proclamation while we take our photo. And we will all squeeze in here, but you can't hide in the back. Okay. All right, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Okay. What is next, Madam Clerk?
Next are consent items, including minutes. The following are routine and may be acted upon by one motion. Any member of council or the audience requesting separate consideration may do so by making such request before a motion is proposed.
Okay, and before I take a motion, I have a request to pull item 4B. And I would also like to pull item 4E and make a few comments on that. And you also on 4E? Okay. So we have 4B and 4E coming off. I'm sorry, 4B and 4E. And I will take a motion for the balance of the consent calendar.
I'll move the balance.
I'll second.
Okay, and roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Divine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian, Mayor Brotman.
Yes. And now, would you read 4B into the record, please?
Yes, 4B, Public Works regarding distributed drywall installation project. 1, resolution adopting the plans and specifications for the distributed drywall installation project. Specification number 3920, plan numbers 4 through 646 and 118 through 113, and directing the city clerk to advertise for bids.
Okay. Mr. Galani, how about we have Mr. Imrani just give a very brief explanation of what this item is, and then we'll call up Mike Barasoff, who is asked to make a comment on the item.
Sure. Mr. Imrani?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council.
This is an exciting project that we received funding from the Safe Clean Water Program from LA County to install and implement. It involves installing 14 dry wells as well as 5 bioswales in the southern part of Glendale, south of the 134 freeway in the Pelanconia area. This area is subject to some flooding, and by installing these dry wells and bioswales, we'll be able to capture those waters, treat them, and then recharge the aquifer that's beneath the city, basically. So it's a great program, great project. It has pollution reduction because we're going to be also planting trees, 10 trees, 2 for each of the 5 bioswales. And it's going to contribute to stormwater management program we have for that area. And it's fully funded by the Safe Clean Water Program that we were able to obtain. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And now, Mike Borisov, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Borisov. I'm a student commissioner for the Sustainability Commission. It was not my intention to have this item pulled from the agenda. I wasn't here in support of it. That was an accident, forgive me, so I didn't see it was 4B. But I do want to just commend the city of Glendale. If we do pass this and it is approved, we would actually be one of the first few cities in the county to have such a remarkable, construction of this. 14 doesn't sound a lot, but the city of LA hasn't done a few ones in a while. And there's like usually 50 dry wells per basin, so this is just a great project, so please support it. That'll be all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's take a roll call unless any of my colleagues have comments.
I'll move the item.
What's that?
I'll move the item.
Oh, yes, we need a motion, don't we? Okay, motion and a second, so let's take roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Divine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian, Mayor Bautman.
Yes. And then would you read 4E into the record, please?
4E is community development regarding contract amendment with Bureau Pappold Consulting Engineers, Inc. in the amount of $300,000 to include Vision Zero Action Plan development. 1, motion to authorize the city manager to execute a contract amendment with Bureau Pappold Consulting Engineers, Inc. to add $300,000 for new not-to-exceed amount of $550,000 and include Vision Zero Action Plan development within their scope of work.
Thank you. And Mr. Galani, maybe again, just a very, very brief summary of the item.
Mr. Calvert, if you would, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. What's before you is an amendment to the contract that we have currently for the bicycle transportation plan. This is to implement and create the Vision Zero policy the council directed us to do. This consultant team is very well versed, very well staffed in this kind of work. In fact, some of their sub-consultants have actually created some of the NACDO standards that we are all pretty familiar with in terms of transportation. This will also create some efficiency and allow us to run those 2 processes and projects parallel.
And Vision Zero is what?
That will be our goal, to eliminate any fatalities on our roads through any transportation mode.
By the year 2030, right?
We'll see what comes from that Vision Zero study, but yes, we will be aiming ambitiously.
Okay. Councilmember Asatrian?
I think the only comment that I want to make on this is with respect to the community outreach. Mr. Calvert, I think we've talked about this, but I had voiced some concerns about the survey that was done and is out for the bicycle plan. I recognize that staff's not the one doing it. I recognize that it was a company that was in charge of that, and so I'm not putting this on staff, but when I went to take the survey, for example, there's no logic to the survey incorporated, and I want us to be more mindful as we're moving ahead with Vision Zero. As an example, I marked that I don't know how to ride a bike, and then the survey continued on asking me how many times I ride the bike and where I ride the bike and all of that. So I don't know what kind of community outreach or results we're getting from that, but I want to make sure that whatever outreach and communications we're putting in place and whatever subgroups that they're using for that portion of this plan, that it's done so by a company that meets our expectations and is more thorough than just putting out a survey just to get results. Thank you.
Any comment or?
We'll look into that survey and correct that logic. This is a public engagement firm that we are familiar with, we've worked with before. This may have just been a glitch, but we'll get that corrected to make sure that that does not happen in future surveys and public outreach.
I appreciate it.
Okay. And the reason I wanted this pulled is I just wanted to repeat something that I mentioned in the staff briefings, that when I read the scope of work, it talked about identifying all collisions between cars and either pedestrians or bicyclists that result in serious injury or death, I think was the wording. And I wanted to make sure that in this process we are looking at all collisions, because any collision between a car and a pedestrian or a bike can easily lead to serious injury and death, even if in a particular instance it doesn't. And I'm afraid if we cut it off at serious injury and death, we're just not going to have enough of a sample size to really know which intersections are dangerous and which are not. So that was one thing. And the other thing was to make sure that we do what we've done, what we did with the PED plan, and have the consultant develop a robust section on how we're going to evaluate the results of this and how that's going to be reported both to the council and the community over time, because these plans obviously are only as good as the implementation. So those were the two requests that I had to make sure we incorporate into the scope of work with the consultant. And Councilmember Devine?
Yes, thank you. I was doing some research on the Vision Zero programs, and supposedly what I've read is that most Vision Zero policies in the United States have been expensive failures. LA is an example of one, and in 2017, when the program failed, the mayor awarded $91 million to their Vision Zero program. There are supposedly superior approaches to lowering traffic fatalities, and I would just like to kind of make sure that we're not getting ourselves into a position where we're kind of heavy-handed in our road systems and in kind of trying to fix the road system so that there aren't any fatalities. There are, as I said, Orlando, Florida developed a plan which was very successful. It wasn't Vision Zero. They didn't hire a company to do a lot of research. They did their own data gathering, which I think we've done, local partnerships, which the outreach would be, and they re-engineered when it was necessary. They didn't come in heavy-handed. So I hope that when, if we're going to spend all this money, and I had to ask you, I'm sorry, I just noticed on my notes, the LA, they did an audit recently, I think, or when the most recent audit on their Zero Vision program. Did you gather, were you able to find out what the audit showed?
Mayor Brotman, members of the City Council, Councilmember Devine, we did speak with the City of LA this morning to get an update on that. They are in the process of essentially doing an independent evaluation on the successes and failure of the program. That report's not due out until the fall of this year, though, so they weren't able to share any additional information.
Okay, it's a lot of money to spend on a study that we could possibly handle in-house, and I hope that it doesn't lead to overextending our funding, and again, doing heavy-handed work in our city, which is not going to accomplish any much more than we would if we had our own staff do the work.
Okay, well, maybe, when will this come back? When's the next time this will come back to us?
We will be developing a project timeline once this contract is executed. We can offer during staff comments probably in the coming weeks with an expectation of when we would return to City Council. One of our first touch points would be to give back some of the public engagement or feedback that we've heard, but also to help identify what those metrics will be and how we'll measure success. That is something that we'll be asking City Council for input early on, so that what we're pursuing, kind of pursuant to what Councilmember Devine was saying, is something that's achievable, something that meets the council's vision.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be great, sooner rather than later, to come and let us know where this looks like it's going to be heading. And I'm interested also in knowing what is it about these other programs that have failed, if that's the case, and what are we doing differently? So maybe that's the kind of stuff that we can discuss, as soon as you have something a little more concrete about what it is we're going to be looking at.
And I would say the fall might be a good time for that, because we could also take a look at that audit, understand what it was that maybe didn't work for LA and how we can respond to that appropriately here, and we can provide that all in a single report.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can I
Move the item.
get a motion?
I move the item.
You move the item, second?
I'll second.
Okay, let's have roll call then.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes?
Divine,
For reasons that I discussed, I'm voting no.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian, Mayor Brotman.
Yes. Okay, thank you. What's the next item?
Next item is city council and staff comments.
Okay. Let's see, Councilmember Devine? You
Well,
wanna-
okay, I forgot to take try to remember where I've been.
You want us to
wanna-
give you a minute, or you ready?
It's okay. First, I want to congratulate Montrose Shopping Park Association. They did their 39th annual Arts and Crafts Festival. It was fantastic. Big crowds, and people enjoying the beautiful day that we had I was up there on Saturday. Also, I want to congratulate and give kudos to the Noon Rotary for their Cars for Cops event that they held Sunday. Hundreds of cars, a lot of people there, families having a great time, and plus they raised funds for some of our most needy and best nonprofit organizations. So I thank all the Rotarians that were involved. I know our chief was there. A lot of the police officers were there. I know the mayor was there. We chose our favorite cars, and that was kind of fun. So I want to just congratulate them for a very successful. I remember 6 years ago when they first started this, Elizabeth Manasarian started it. It was very small. They had about 10 cars, and I think they had 2 sponsors. And now this year they had 200 cars, if not more. So it was fantastic. So congratulations to them. I think that's it.
That's it?
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Asadrian?
Yeah, I actually have a couple. I wanted to start off by thanking our city staff for the Small Business Summit that we had. I know I wasn't here during the last meeting, but I was pleasantly, I don't even want to say surprised, but surprised at the turnout, the caliber of the events that were put together. Love to see the diversity in each of the groups, and so also want to take this opportunity to again thank Catherine Barger, our supervisor, who stood as a sponsor, as well as SBA and LA Economic. I think we set a new bar for outreach and what that can look like in the future, and so I'm hopeful we can continue that. I also want to take this opportunity, since we didn't have a meeting, to thank all of our veterans and to take a minute for those who sacrificed their lives so we can be here today. Memorial Day is something that is not just a day to be, for us to take a moment that day, but for us to push for policies that also support our veterans that are struggling now, as well as the families that lost the loved ones. So thank you for your service and your sacrifice. I'm very emotional today because I keep hearing the helicopters outside, and I don't want us to pretend what's happening outside is not happening. And so I want to take a few minutes to have our chief kind of walk us through, so we're not, walk us through what's happening outside and how we're dealing with it, because we just passed a proclamation declaring Pride Month, and I want to ensure that our residents feel safe in the city that they call home.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. So as many of you know, tonight we had a school board meeting that's still going on, is my understanding. As early as 3 o'clock, we had folks start to arrive for the meeting. line up outside, to make their voice heard regarding some of the topics surrounding our schools here in GUSD. Unfortunately, well, I'll start by saying the crowd eventually rose to probably 500 people outside in the parking lot of the school district, and probably another 100 folks inside waiting to make comments at the school board meeting. Over the last couple hours, while it had been very passionate and boisterous and things of that nature, it had stayed largely peaceful. Unfortunately, over the last half hour or so, it became violent, and we had a significant couple of fights pour out onto Kenwood and Wilson. Those have now ceased. A couple of arrests have been made by our officers, and at this point, that assembly, if you will, outside of the school board chambers there and out in the parking lot of the school district has been deemed an unlawful assembly. We're in the process of clearing out that entire crowd. So I would encourage any folks that are listening in, do not come out to that assembly at this point. Like I said, it's been deemed an unlawful one. Order is being restored, and it was largely orderly throughout most of the day. While passionate and boisterous, as I said, it stayed mostly peaceful until a few, what I suspect are a few outside agitators took an opportunity to hijack the event. But order is in place. We have made a few arrests, and we're going to be clearing that crowd out at this point. And, it's unfortunate, but that's where we are at this point.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, thank you.
If I may, while the chief is at the podium, because he has some urgent things that he needs to tend to, I was going to invite him to talk about the gun buyback program on Saturday that was of interest to council, just to give you an update.
Please.
Sure. On a much brighter note, we put together, the police department did a gun buyback program, as we have done in the past. This last Saturday, June 3rd, morning of, I think between 8 and 1, we put it on. Successful event, ultimately took in and collected 40 firearms, handed out 40 $100 gift cards. Successful event was put on by our core community outreach and resources engagement staff, along with our range staff and our property bureau. It took, like I said, 40 firearms. Got some media coverage, which I think is a positive thing. We have cataloged those firearms over the next few days, intaking them, and ultimately they'll be prepared for destruction. Obviously, a value, I think, to us as a community in trying to ensure that none of the firearms in our community fall into the wrong hands. So happy to report that we have 40 guns off our streets that, were unwanted at this point, and we want to make sure that they don't fall, as I said, into the wrong hands. So this will be something that we do periodically as an organization, and I just wanted to circle back with you all and provide an update. I know that's something that had been of interest to this group over the last couple of months.
Thank you. Yeah. And thank you, Chief, and thank you for your work around the corner there at GUSD. I suppose it could have been a lot worse, and I think your team did a good job of keeping people separated and keeping it peaceful until, I guess, this, which I didn't know about, this incident towards the end. But thank you to your whole team for the work that they did.
I appreciate it. And again, I want to highlight that it was mostly peaceful throughout most of it, and our staff did a tremendous job keeping order throughout it. And unfortunately, as folks started to pour out onto the street, out onto Kenwood, that's when this kind of erupted. But it's been dealt with, and unfortunate that that's what we're sitting here talking about.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Sure. I'll say a few things. Well, first of all,
Go
you
ahead.
looked at me, I'm
looking
assuming,
at you,
okay.
but, okay, I wasn't sure if we want to let Chief Sid leave or if you wanted to say something.
Chief,
to
you can
this.
leave after I thank you for the gun buyback program.
Take it.
Thank you very much. I'm glad this made its way back through our city programs. 40 guns may not seem like a lot to some folks, but as you mentioned, it's 40 less guns in the hands of people who don't necessarily want them. And actually, I'm curious, do we know whether all the people who brought guns were Glendale folks, or did we have folks from the surrounding areas? Do we even check for that?
And this is more anecdotal, just kind of, gauging folks, because it's anonymous. We're not
Yeah,
asking
of
folks to
course.
identify themselves. But I think we got a sense that most our folks were Glendale residents, or at least nearby.
Yeah, all right, good to know. Thank you.
You got it. Thank you all.
Well, I again, thanks to our police for what they're doing to keep our community safe. It is kind of disheartening to see folks acting uncivilly towards each other and avoiding having normal conversations to find areas of agreement and seeing the areas where we agree with more than we disagree. And I was just remembering Harvey Milk's words, and I had to write them down because it was a long quote, who was one of the first openly gay elected officials in the country, who unfortunately was shot and killed and was a victim of gun violence. And he said, it takes no compromise to give people their rights. It takes no money to respect the individual. It takes no political deal to give people freedom. And it takes no survey to remove oppression. So thank you for recognizing the month of Pride and helping elevate the voices of our LGBTQ friends and neighbors. I want to congratulate the folks who organized the May 28th Independence Day for Armenia rally. Again, people gathered with heavy hearts here in Parcher Plaza because there's an ongoing humanitarian crisis in Artsakh. There's an ongoing blockade. The misinformation propaganda machine of Azerbaijan and Turkey are in full force as they continue to oppress those people. But to those who came out, I want to say it was a wonderful moment of solidarity for the Armenian community. Veterans Day was wonderful as well. I'm glad that we're back to organizing and having our city events. Our own city's David Cianello, a United States Marine and veteran of the First Iraq War, was there as a keynote speaker, as well as a number of distinguished guests. And lastly, and most probably importantly, to all the parents and students watching who are about to graduate, congratulations. June is the month of graduations. I'll be attending the Glendale High School graduation tomorrow, my alma mater, if all goes well. Last year I was supposed to attend, but I couldn't because I actually tested positive for COVID. But I'm excited to be there. And unfortunately, I'll be attending the Glendale High School graduation wearing a purple gown because I received my master's from Northwestern, which for those of you who know about the GHS Hoover High School rivalry, it's verboten. You do not go to Glendale High School in purple. But I'm looking forward to it. Parents, please don't celebrate with Mylar balloons. We don't want them getting in our power lines. I see a lot of Mylar balloons around this time of year. Find other means of celebrating and congratulating your graduates, and congratulations to the class of 2023. Thank you.
Councilmember Kasakian.
If it's anything about Hoover High School, I don't want to hear it.
Well, I was going to offer you, I found my gown from Hoover High School.
I don't think
and I was
it'll
going to
fit
wear
the
it,
frame.
but it was white. I was going to offer that to you in exchange for the purple, but it seems like you don't want it.
I don't think it'll fit me, but thank you anyways. I appreciate it.
Okay. Well, thank you. I have a few things here. One is kind of a housekeeping item. I know that we have, for many years now, we've been allowing general public comment in the early portion of our meetings, along with community event announcements. I've been kind of feeling that out, and I think it interrupts the flow. It also keeps people waiting who want to speak on specific agenda items. So going forward, I intend to limit the 3-minute portion to those that are announcing actual community events, and ask that everybody that is coming to make a community event announcement to send in any materials, any flyers, anything that they want to project, at least, what do we say, 48 hours? Or is 24 hours good enough for us?
48 would be
48?
ideal. Yeah.
Okay. I think sometimes we can accommodate, but please try to get these in 48 hours before the meeting, because there are all kinds of viruses and things, and we need to check out what it is that we're going to be putting on our system. Comments that are unrelated to an agenda item will be restricted to the end of the meeting, the 5-minute portion. I know, speaking to Councilmember Devine, who had originally implemented the policy of allowing general public comment at the beginning of the meetings, did that because there were some elderly people who were not comfortable driving after dark, and she wanted to give them an opportunity to speak, which I think made a lot of sense. Nowadays, we have the option of calling in and speaking telephonically, so I don't think that necessarily is required any longer. So I am making that change effective today. Okay, so that's one. I also, I want to talk about something that's been on all our minds, which is dangerous and divisive speech. We are seeing an upsurge in speech, sometimes called hate speech, sometimes called dangerous speech. Targets include many of our community members, Armenians, Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, Jews, and most recently and most visibly, our LGBTQ population. I know many residents are feeling vulnerable from all these groups, and I do fear that things could get worse and potentially result in violence, or short of that, just lead to unhealthy divisions in the community. So I wanted to ask Council to consider launching an initiative that would address this trend, and that could include forming a human relations committee of some kind, developing a media campaign similar to the LA versus Hate campaign that's run by the LA County Commission on Human Relations. So I'm asking now for a second to put this on our new business agenda for next week so we can discuss it in a little bit more detail.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second. And in addition to that, I have a specific anti-Semitism resolution that a number of cities have adopted, and we've been asked to consider by the Jewish Federation of the Greater San Gabriel and Pomona Valleys. So I would also like to add that to the new business agenda so that we could consider that resolution as well.
And Councilmember Al-Sadrian had to remind me, we don't need seconds, right? We just individually request it then. All right.
We don't need a second at this? Okay. Okay, I can't keep this straight. Yeah, no, we don't allow comments from the audience, thank you. Sir, please sit down.
Doesn't work. You call a number,
Okay.
you get a disconnect recorder, and go call
Okay.
back tomorrow. So how can I go home, call into the meeting, the line doesn't work?
You can speak to our city clerk, okay? Thank you.
You gonna let you know?
Yes.
Be right there.
Okay.
He'll help you right now.
All right, he'll help you, yeah. Okay, I wanted to give kudos to Public Works for implementing what we call leading pedestrian intervals or pedestrian head starts. You may have noticed if you're walking around that the walk light will start to flash or turn green a few seconds before the red light turns green for cars, so that pedestrians have an opportunity to get out into the intersection before the cars start to turn, and so pedestrians are more visible that way. This is well known to reduce pedestrian accidents, and I want to thank Public Works for getting these implemented. I also noticed, I was walking down Broadway here towards the YMCA yesterday or the day before, and I noticed also that what do you call it, a pedestrian phase, that green signal for pedestrians was coming on automatically without the need to push a button. And we have a term for that. I don't know what that's called. What's it called? No. This is when you don't actually have to push the beg button, so to speak, but the pedestrian phase kind of automatically cycles through.
Right, the touchless, yeah.
Yeah. So I also wanted to thank you for that. It made the experience of walking down the street so much more pleasant because I would get there and I didn't have to wait. It just kind of turned green and let me cross. So thank you. And then finally, on a sad note, I want to read something from Glendale Water. Well, let me say I would like to adjourn this meeting in the memory of Chad Edgington, and there's Chad's picture. And I'll read this passage here. The Glendale Water and Power family is saddened, and I should say the entire city of Glendale, is saddened by the unexpected passing of Chad Edgington, principal power system operator. Chad passed away on May 7th, 2023. Chad had over 32 years of commendable service with Glendale Water and Power. He was committed to providing the highest quality of service for the city and Glendale community. Chad held many roles during his time with the city of Glendale, including maintenance worker, electrical mechanic apprentice, engineering technician, senior electrical system dispatcher, and most recently, as the principal power system operator in charge of GWP's dispatch operation. Chad is survived by his wife and children, and we will adjourn in Chad's memory. Thank you. And are there any staff comments, or was that?
That
did
was
we
it,
cover
Mr.
it?
Mayor.
We
Yeah,
covered it. Okay. All right. So what is next?
Next are community event announcements.
Okay. Do we have any community event announcements?
We do not have any cards,
Okay.
event announcements.
Okay. In that case, we will move on. And what is next?
Next are action items. Action item A, City Clerk, regarding Commission on the Status of Women 2023-2026 Strategic Plan. One, motion to approve the 2023-2026 Strategic Plan as recommended by the Commission on the Status of Women.
Okay. Mr. Galanian?
This will return back to the city clerk. I assume she's going
Okay.
to present the item.
Thank you. In 2022, a Strategic Development Ad Hoc Committee was formed to review the 2019-2022 CSW Strategic Plan, which was set to expire at the end of the year, and work with staff to identify future strategic priorities and goals in drafting the new strategic plan. In 2023, the new strategic plan was finalized and was approved by the Commission during the last Commission meeting on May 8th. I will now give a short overview of the strategic plan and the significant changes in the new plan. The mission and vision remains unchanged, with a focus on equity and equality of rights and opportunities for women and girls in Glendale and collaboration with community partners. The values remain unchanged, with equality, justice, fairness, empowerment, diversity, knowledge, collaboration, and respect. And the pledge to our community is to work in an open, collaborative, and culturally inclusive manner for the betterment of all women and girls. Here's a chart with a comparison of the old and new plan. As you can see, the main difference is that the strategic aim 3 and 4 from the old plan was combined into one aim: education, awareness, outreach. And this was done to streamline the strategic plan to reflect the specific priorities of the new commission. These are the aims and specific goals of the prior plan. And here are the strategic, and this is the new plan. The highlighted text are the edits and the new language that was introduced into the new strategic plan, and I will now go over each aim and give a brief explanation of the goals. The first aim is to evaluate and assess. The goals for this aim are: assess the status of women and girls in Glendale, including publishing an updated report on the status of women and girls based on publicly available data on the local, state, and national levels. In May 1 of 2022, the Glendale Commission on the Status of Women received a grant in the amount of $25,000 from the California Commission on the Status of Women and Girls to commission a new report on the status of women in Glendale. The CSW hired a team of scholars and researchers from MSMU, Mount St. Mary's University, to work collaboratively with the ad hoc committee of the commission to produce the new report on the status of women and girls in Glendale. The report has gone through several significant revisions with the assistance of the chair of the commission and myself to make it more representative and meaningful for the residents of Glendale. The final draft of the report will be completed and approved by the commission during their August meeting. The second goal: evaluate and identify gaps in existing services resources for women and girls in the community. The commission will use the new report on the status of women and girls in Glendale, in identifying gaps in existing services and resources for women and girls in our community and make recommendations to council. And finally, solicit community feedback to identify the issues and needs confronting women and girls in Glendale. The commission will hold a town hall to solicit feedback from community partners on the new draft of the report on the status of women and how it could be used to address issues and needs confronting women and girls in Glendale as experienced through their respective organizations. Now on to strategic aim 2, policy development, advocacy, and advising. The first goal is recommend to City Council legislation and policies relevant to the status of women and girls in Glendale. CSW, in collaboration with the lobbying firm Emmanuel Jones and Associates, has been and will continue to identify legislation and policies that address critical issues impacting women and girls in Glendale and in the state of California, and make recommendations to City Council to support and oppose. During the last meeting, the commission recommended 6 bills impacting women in California. One of the bills was authored by Senator Portantino, and another one was authored by Assemblymember Wendy Carrillo. The second goal is advise on and advocate for women's and girls' issues in the community as appropriate. The issues that CSW can advise council on could be related to the larger Glendale community as well as City of Glendale operations, and anything really in relation to the community as a whole in Glendale. And the final strategic aim, education, awareness, and outreach. The first goal is increase the level of knowledge in the community regarding women's and girls' issues and the well-being of women in the community. This could be in the form of community forums, talks, and educational programs. Maximize awareness of services and resources available to women and girls. One way that this could be done is the commission could compile a list of current resources available in the city, county, state, and our state to assist women in the city of Glendale, and foster partnerships and establish alliances with community organizations to further the commission's mission to support women and girls in Glendale is the third goal. And the final goal is acknowledge and participate in observance of global, national, and local dates and months established to recognize women's achievements and raise awareness of issues related to the needs of women and girls, such as the International Women's Day and Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And an example of an action that took place under this category was last year's CSW and YMCA Candlelight Vigil and Purple Tie Awards for raising awareness of domestic violence. Finally, I'd like to show you the list of community partnerships that the Commission has reached out to with the new strategic plan. It includes some partnerships that the Commission has had over the years and some new ones. As we publish our new report on the status of women and girls in Glendale, we will present the report to our partners and work collaboratively to address issues within our city. And finally, the strategic plan document was also redesigned and also translated into Armenian, Spanish, Tagalog, and Korean to make it more accessible to our Glendale community. And now I'd like to invite Chair of the Commission, Diane Lamblad, who would like to say a few words.
Mayor Brotman and City Council, thank you for taking the time to go over this with Dr. Abajian. It was started last year with our prior staff person, Christine Powers, who did a wonderful job and I think was with us, the commission, like 10 years. And then, so this year continued on to this year when we completed it with the help of Dr. Abajian. And I just also wanted to say we took great pains to actually streamline it and try to make it more specific so that our ad hoc committees who work to come up with ideas how to implement the aims and the goals have more meat to work with rather than just we have lofty goals. And hopefully that will be the case. And as long as I'm up here, I acknowledge Christine Powers' amazing work, but I'd also like to thank Dr. Abajian, who came in at the beginning of the year and with no experience in this area, and the transition has really been seamless. And she's just been jumped in with both feet. with a lot of enthusiasm, and it's been very helpful to the commission and to me personally, since we've been involved in working on the drafts of this strategic plan, and also the report on the status of women and girls, which we spent a lot of time on. She's also had some great ideas for the commission, like we now have the legislative analyst appear at our meetings, which is very helpful, so there can be some discourse back and forth. So I just wanted to recognize Dr. Abajian for that, and also thank you for your consideration of the strategic plan.
Thank you. Is,
Now, I'm here for any questions or comments that the council has.
okay. Councilmember Satria.
I want to thank our city clerk and the Commission on the Status of Women and everybody that was involved in putting this together. I'm really happy to see the changes. I do have some recommendations that I'd like for us to possibly consider, and maybe even like get your feedback on and see if this is something that you are interested in doing. So under your evaluate and assess, I recognize that I think one of the first things that I had asked for when I first got elected to the city council was to see the different drafts of how it came to be that we're now meeting quarterly, or our Commission on the Status of Women is meeting quarterly. I remember back in 2006 when I first got involved with working with the Commission on the Status of Women, we had programming, and I had asked our city attorney to send me over the drafts of, the resolutions that, prior council members had voted on that reduced the powers, reduced the programming, and then reduced the amount of time that the Commission on the Status of Women was meeting. I think looking at how cities around us, and really like nationwide, this has become an issue that other cities and other counties and our state is investing in. I want us to see where we fall within that spectrum. It is disheartening to see that funds were taken away previously. I remember we used to have Lana Haddad, which was a full-time staffer, and I recognize that the work that she was doing, which included that community outreach you're talking about, because she was a full-time staffer, for example, she was able to make all these additional connections that somebody that has, 5, 6 different kinds of jobs under that same title is not going to be able to invest the time. I think when we talk about community within your first, I'd want that community to include our internal structures as well. As I know that part of our council priorities is to work with HR, and HR is also supposed to bring back a lot of things that have to do with employee relations. We, hired our first woman employee who's a department head. That's considered a department head. We only have one woman department head that's appointed, and I've shared my concerns about that in years past. And I know, Ms. Abajian, you oversee a department, but you were elected by the people. And so I'd like to see where we're at with that. I know that our HR director is going to be doing an assessment of our hiring, promotional, and support systems that we have in place for women in the community. And then with respect to the community outreach groups, if I may recommend, we kind of started this discussion with Clerk Abajian, but I want us to see if we can partner with the LA County Women's and Girls Initiative, which has a lot of resources that are available to us, as well as the California Commission on the Status of Women. I know that we got the grant from them, but there's so much more that they can bring to the table where we're not actually expanding resources, but just have the programming that they already have available and how we can merge that into our own. And then I think the one thing that I don't see here is you have Glendale Unified School District and Glendale Community College, but I think working with the administration is one thing, working with the student groups is another. So engaging, let's say, the student body, associated student body of the Glendale Community College is going to be a critical part in getting not the administration's opinions, but really the student voices in the strategic plan that we're putting out and all the little programmings that we're going to have for the commission throughout the year. So those would be kind of my points. And then, again, thank you for all your work.
Great suggestions.
Okay.
Councilmember Devine.
Sure. Having come from that place, the Commission on the Status of Women, for serving for 8 years on that commission, very nice job on the strategic plan. I just want to make a few comments about why it was cut down to every 3 or 4 months, every 4 months. I would say that if Dr. Bajian wants to do an award ceremony, a banquet, fundraising, events at the Galleria, at the Americana, on our streets, at our hospitals, that if that means a monthly meeting, then I think we can go back and look at that. I know that the reason it was cut was because of the funding and the cost of the TV time, et cetera. The ex officios that you have are from Glendale Community College usually, and from our high schools. So we do have a connection there, and I guess you can expound on that. As far as the California Commission on the Status of Women is concerned, I can ask Diane, are you still sending representatives there? I know the last time I heard was Seduka Jayan went to their, I used to go to the state meetings. Are you still sending, or are we still being represented? Come to the microphone, thank you.
Yeah, we generally, as far as I know, I don't think we're sending anybody to the California Commission meetings. I have attended them in the past, not recently. When I was on the commission in years past, we were part of the Association of California Commissions on the Status of Women. And I thought that was, of some value, but it didn't affect us, I think, directly.
Okay.
And if I may comment on the student ex officios, Dr. Bajian and I have been discussing that, and we will be discussing it in the commission too. But I have been on the commission, and then I was off the commission, and I've been back on. I've always felt that the student ex officios could contribute more, and not only would it benefit us in the city, but it would benefit them rather than just attend these meetings, especially since they're just quarterly. So this last term, we actually had the student ex officios serve a 2-year term instead of a 1-year term. And I think we'd like to see that. Like I said, we obviously need to discuss with the commission, but going forward, and then also, have specific programs that need to be, that they will participate in and put in place. I mean, I think that their participation could be greatly increased, and it would be beneficial to everybody.
Yeah. I know when, when I was on the commission and we had all the events, wow, I'm losing my, thank you. Is that going to help? No. When we had the events, they were always a part of it, and they would bring their friends and get the message across, and that's really what you have to do. You want to have someone else?
Well, let me. Sure.
I could also make one other comment, which is one of the things I wanted to emphasize is that in the past we have, since when I first was appointed to the commission back, I think it was 2013, but I can't be sure. But that's just when the quarterly meetings started and just when the commission was no longer doing fundraising or programming. And so part of the goal was obviously to partner with other groups so we could continue to, provide services. So I think we were actually scheduled to work on a human trafficking program with one of the community groups just before the pandemic. So I think, Sir Optimus International Glendale. And I think that, some of that has stalled, but that's clearly, sort of a bird in the hand. We've got these organizations, we've got common goals, we do work with the Y, but we need to step those up as I see it.
Are you not getting any better?
I don't think it's getting, well, maybe it is. Maybe
Now
it
it
is.
sounds good.
So thank you, Diane. But my other suggestion was, we also did this report on the Commission on the Status of Women when I was there, and it was fantastic. And I think that if you're talking about a town hall, And you mentioned that it was just for the commission, at the commission meeting. I think you should have a town hall meeting with the community, with all the women that want to come and talk about that report, talk about the gaps, talk about what's important to women in our community. And I think that would be a really good way of getting the commission recognized, visibility to the commission. You know, it used to be people knew who we were and what we were doing. I think this is a perfect opportunity for you to do the same. Become engaged more in the community. Even though you're meeting, you know, less, you can still be out there and making a difference in our community. So thank you for the work. Thank you all for volunteering to be commissioners. Appreciate that. I know it's you know, it's time, takes time. And Dr. Bajan, thank you for making that transition seamlessly, as Diane said. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, thank you. Councilmember Kasakian, any
Thank you.
comments?
Yeah, I'll make a few comments as best I can with all the noise and clamor outside. Definitely, we should be doing more to ensure that we have women in positions of leadership in the city, but I do want to mention that at various times we've had various department heads who are women. Our director of IT at one point, the director of planning, director of libraries, city manager, including assistant city manager. Certainly more can be done, but we have had a number of women in key leadership positions in the organization. But that brings me to a point where, you know, during my time when I was city clerk, we did work with the Commission on the Status of Women to do an annual event where we would educate all right.
Just have to speak loud.
Sure. Where we would educate or we would help provide information as to how folks can apply to boards and commissions, and, you know, ask women to be apply to boards and commissions. So I think something of that nature I think would help, because a lot of times the boards and commissions are a way to help get people involved in government and to get into those key positions, whether it's in Glendale or elsewhere. In addition to that, I was looking at the list of partners, and I would ask that we look into including the Armenian Youth Association of California. I saw that there's 2 organizations specifically for the Iranian Armenian community, and Iraqi Armenians have their own association that's in Glendale. Campbell Center, which serves our population with developmental disabilities and and they do great work, and, you know, they have many members who are women as well. Crescenta Valley ANC also overlaps with Glendale, so Glendale ANC is great, but we can't forget our communities to the north, which brings me to a point of including folks in Montrose, whether it's the Chamber of Commerce or the Montrose Shopping Association, as well as the Glendale Chamber of Commerce. We just had a great event for small businesses. You know, there's a lot of women who run businesses in this city, who are starting businesses, who have key positions in the corporations or head up corporations. So I think that definitely involved them. And generally, I would like to know how or how we can include in the programs issues of safety and support for the health of women in our communities. And I don't want to get too deeply into that because it's an area that I'm not too well versed in, but I think that, you know, in other countries, for instance, in Germany and other places in Europe, for instance, in large malls, parking spaces are reserved, and I think in the United States I've seen this as well, for pregnant women, that they're closer to the entrances. For those who have been mothers and who've gone through pregnancy, they know that how important that can be just to have access, as well as parking spots are usually the best lit ones, and the ones closer to entrances are reserved for women. So at late night, a woman doesn't have to walk down to the 3rd, 4th level of a dark parking lot where someone can attack them. Those are, you know, I'm not saying this as specific things, but things of this sort, that how can we make Glendale a more friendly place for women, to make sure that women feel elevated, welcomed, empowered, successful. And again, I commend the work of the commission, and thank you for this report.
Thank you, thank you. There's a bit of commotion outside, so if you're watching from home and you're wondering why we're all turning our head and looking out the window, it's a little bit hard to hear in here, but we're gonna plow ahead. So I have no further comments. I think there've been a lot of good suggestions, and a lot of good ideas. I just want to say thank you to Diane Lambalot and everyone on the Commission for the Status of Women, and to Dr. Abajian for all the work they're doing. And I'm looking forward to the next report that comes out, and to see what specific policy recommendations there are for us to follow up on. So thank you very much. And I will take
I'll be
a
happy to
motion.
move the item.
Okay. Second. And may we have roll call, please?
Yes. Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Divine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian, Mayor Botman.
Yes. Okay, and what is next?
Next is Glendale Water and Power regarding annual update to Glendale Water and Power's GWP's wildfire mitigation plan. One resolution adopting annual update to Glendale Water and Power's GWP's wildlife mitigation plan.
On 8B, okay. Okay, Mr. Galania.
Mayor Brotman, Member City Council, our GWP has developed and maintained a formal wildfire mitigation plan since 2019 with the objective of constructing, maintaining, and operating the electrical transmission and distribution system to minimize the risk of wildfire caused by electric lines and equipment. I'm going to invite Dan Scorza, our Chief Assistant General Manager, who has a very brief presentation on this item for your consideration.
Mayor Brotman, council members, I have a brief presentation to go over the wildfire mitigation plan for Glendale Water and Power. Thank you for this opportunity. Does this work? Okay, so our plan, as our city manager explained, was first initially done in 2019. Right now, we're bringing our 2023 plan forward. Okay, thank you. So our plan has basically 4 elements real quick. We use the CAL FIRE threat map, and that one identifies the high-level Tier 2, Tier 3 zones. We've eliminated the areas that don't have any equipment from the electrical infrastructure on those tier zones. And we also use the Glendale Fire Department's vegetation management program, which clears about 100 feet around the areas of structures. By applying those methods, we then calculated what our threat zone would be, and it turns out to be 0.47% of the city's total area. And this is a map just showing to you what it looks like. We're located in California in just the threat zones. And during 2022, we were able to do several enhancements. We have replaced 24 power poles in the Tier 2, Tier 3 area. As you can see, 12 transformers. We've trimmed 8,000 trees. We've installed 1,100 feet of underground cables. And we've also installed fire-resistant poles and covered conductors. Inspected 71 poles and 674 streetlights. This is a picture of what a covered conductor looks like. Normally the conductors are bare, but we use insulated conductors in some of these areas. These are covered conductors. And then the poles that you see are the ones that have a fireproof wrap around them. Just the basic things, vegetation management. We use the 4 to 12 kV conversion as part of the process for wildfire mitigation, because as we replace the infrastructure, as we go to 12 kV, we replace aging infrastructure that lowers the risk of having wildfires. This is just a picture showing you what our tree trimming program, which is our vegetation management. It's $2.8 million. We've Each year, we do about 14,000 trees that we trim. We adhere to the GO 95 code of tree trimming. There's a table that shows by voltage how far you have to trim and keep equipment away from power lines. Just this is a visual indicator here, just for you to see. And again, just a reminder: 8,016 trees were trimmed in the Tier 2, Tier 3 areas, which were the higher risk zones. And then finally, just our mitigation plan, because this is the third year. This is a new mitigation plan. We had to have it reviewed by an independent outside reviewer. And these were the two comments that we got, that our plan aligns appropriately with the CPUC section 8387. And then it is that our plan is also comprehensive as described by the report according to the PUC. So thank you, that's it, if you have any more questions.
Okay, do my colleagues have any questions?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will then entertain a motion.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Okay.
Mayor Brotman, you do have a card in front of you.
Okay. My apologies. Alan Dish.
Good evening, council members. I wanted to speak on this item briefly because I've been thinking about wildfires and about wildfire mitigation and about Glendale. I asked, or I proposed rather, this idea to the Sustainability and Parks and Rec Commissions to have a mega, basically, sprinkler system installed in the Verdugo Mountains and the San Rafael Hills. The idea came to me from an old video of council. I think it was you, Mr. Brotman, or in general, it was the Glendale Environmental Coalition talking about how the damage from wildfires in the last couple of years did much more to set us back like 10 years in carbon reduction. So yes, I would like us to follow the example of some cities like in Spain, which also have these big towers that prevent wildfires. So incidentally, it's a bit symbolic. There's symbolic wildfire outside right now maybe, but I would like to apologize also maybe for the incidents going on. As an Armenian, as a Christian, this is not the subject, I know, but I am for LGBT and so on. Let me just go back to my seat. I would like to see a wildfire mitigation program. I know you can do it.
What item?
I know you can do it because you are very ecologically minded. So let's see if we can think in the in a bigger scope. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. Did we have a motion?
Yes, there was a motion and a second.
Okay. And a roll call, please.
Councilmember Al-Sadrian. Devine.
Yes.
Kasakian.
Yes.
Najarian and Mayor Brotman.
Yes. Thank you. And what's next, please?
Next item is 8C, Glendale Water and Power regarding Grayson repowering project, balance of site engineer, procure and construct requests for proposals. One, resolution dispensing with competitive bidding and authorizing city manager or his designee to directly negotiate with ARB Incorporated towards a contract for the balance of site engineer, procure, and construct efforts specific to the Grayson repowering project. Two, motion authorizing the city manager or his designee to enter into a professional service agreement, PSA, with ARB Incorporated in the not to exceed amount of $300,000 for preliminary engineering work relating to the Grayson repowering project, BOS EPC. 3, resolution of appropriation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Galanian.
Mayor Brotman, members of City Council, and in our efforts to move towards completion of the Grayson repowering project, this is the next step in accomplishing that goal. And I'm going to turn it over to Scott Mellon, our Assistant General Manager of GWP Power, for the presentation and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Galonian. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Scott Mellon, Assistant General Manager, Power Management, Glendale Water and Power. I'm here to discuss a recommendation for the balance of site engineer, procure, and construct request for proposal for the Grayson Repower project. Before I jump into that, I'll give you a little update on the Grayson project. The Unit 9 separation project was completed last week. Unit 9 is now Glendale's only source of internal generation until the Shoal landfill gas project comes online in early 2025. Silverado is currently at the Grayson site working with GWP staff to transition site control to begin the demolition and site improvement effort. The anticipated start is looking like the beginning of July, but it may start as early as the end of June. We're on track and moving ahead with a scheduled completion date in August 2024. Phase 2 limited notice to proceed effort with Wardzilla just completed its 30% design review at the beginning of May. Our next significant milestone is the 60% design review, potentially in August, with a goal to establish a full notice to proceed with Wardzilla sometime thereafter. However, this is predicated on selection of the BOS EPC, so the date may slip or the percent complete may change. Here are some critical near-term items that we are working on. We're obviously interfacing with South Coast Air Quality Management District for permitting on the 3-engine project. It's progressing steadily. With respect to bond funding, a bond ordinance will be presented to City Council in the coming months once the cost of service analysis is complete. Current project efforts are on schedule. Construction is anticipated to start September 2024 and be completed by July 2026. Phase 1 of the battery energy storage system is anticipated to come online in 2025. That'll be very critical to our system to have that online. All right, to the BOS EPC RFP. On January 12th, GWP issued the Grayson Repowering Project BOS EPC RFP. The RFP was posted on the city's website and on ebidboard.com. The city's network recorded over 1,000 views of the RFP package. On February 23rd, a mandatory pre-proposal conference was held at the GWP Utility Operations Center, where staff and consultants explained the scope of the project, answered questions from prospective proposers. 16 individuals representing 12 different contractors and vendors attended the conference, of which only 2 were prospective general contractors. The conference was followed by a group tour of the Grayson Power Plant. A short while after this conference, one of the 2 general contractors indicated they would likely not bid the project due to the heavy electrical equipment requirements. Considering the likelihood of having only one bidder at that time, GWP canceled the RFP on March 1st to revise the minimum required qualifications and encouraged broader participation. This delay did not come without consequence, as it resulted in 2 months extension of the BOS EPC procurement schedule. However, GWP staff felt it was appropriate and worth the potential to receive more proposers. On March 7th, GWP issued the revised RFP, which was again posted on the city's website and on ebidboard.com. GWP emailed 30 different companies, including those who were notified of the original BOS EPC RFP and those who attended the February 23rd pre-proposal conference. In both cases, it was made clear that the qualification criteria had been revised to encourage broader participation. On April 18th, another mandatory pre-proposal conference was held in which GWP staff and consultants explained the revisions that were made to the original RFP and answered any questions from prospective proposers. This time, a total of 9 individuals representing 6 different companies attended the conference, of which only 1 was a prospective general contractor. Qualification packages were due to the city by 2 o'clock on May 2nd, 2023. By that time, GWP had received only 1 qualification package from a team consisting of ARB, FlexGen, Power Engineers, and Morrow Meadows. The qualification package was reviewed and the team met all the requirements. While we have no reason to believe that ARB would do this, but in order to avoid the potential for being forced to accept an inflated proposal cost, GWP had 2 alternatives. 1, cancel the RFP and try again. Given the efforts made thus far and the results, the history of the Grayson Repowering Project from the perspective of potential bidders, and the schedule impact of another delay, this was not a feasible option. This option would stand to alienate the current proposer, create even more delays in implementing the project, and introduce a very real risk that we will have no proposers interested in the project in the future. Second option was proceed with the sole proposer/bidder through a separate negotiation process. This is a practical option as ARB is well known to GWP, having supplied O&M on-call maintenance repair services for the previously functional Grayson generators. ARB also recently successfully completed the Unit 9 separation. Finally, the ARB team have all worked together before on other projects, and ARB and Power Engineers are currently engaged in another Wards-Zilla project. With that in mind, staff recommends that the council dispense with competitive bidding and allows staff to negotiate directly with ARB as the primary proposer to supply the balance of site engineering, procurement, and construction for the Grayson Repower project. Staff further recommends the authorization of a PSA with ARB to finalize project arrangements and coordinate ongoing efforts related to soil improvement and Wardzilla design. Essentially, this will allow staff to lower the impact of project timelines by keeping our progress moving forward. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mellon, and sorry that you had to speak through the noise. Just imagine we're in New York, that's all. I keep thinking it's like the apartment I once had right next to the subway in New York, you know. Pretty much like this most of the time.
I was thinking it was like raising a family.
Okay. Do we have any questions?
Sure.
Councilmember Kasakian.
So in terms of the work that's being done, I asked this during the briefing, but I want to ask it again. What measures are being taken to make sure that we're testing the air, making sure that there's no asbestos, that neither the people working on the project nor neighbors in the adjoining area are going to be harmed? If you spoke to that while I was in the back room, I apologize. I had to take a moment of personal privilege.
No. So the demolition has not started yet, but as part of the demolition phase, when Silverado actually kicks it off sometime, hopefully at the end of this month, there are asbestos mitigation processes that go in to how they handle the asbestos, how they handle any contaminants associated with the boiler buildings. The most obvious thing that they do is kind of encapsulate the building, and they create a negative pressure on it. So whenever work is being done on the inside of the building, any asbestos removal, any paint removal, anything that's being removed that would create particulates are sucked into a system and filtration system and captured. So there will never be an instance where these things are pushed outward. They're always pulled inward from the outside in. So that's one of the most obvious ways to explain how we're going to alleviate the potential for asbestos spread. We also have samples that are going to be taken in the air around there.
Okay.
So we have, and I have a much more thorough explanation from the experts at Silverado I can provide to you if you'd like to hear that.
That would be helpful, and anything that we can do to disseminate information to individuals that live in the immediate area, whatever the project radius is of impact, I think that would be helpful. A lot of homes, a lot of families that live in the area that are going to be interested as to what's going on at that facility.
Absolutely. There are also third-party testers that come and are associated with the project that we coming and doing testings both before and after and during.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kasakian. Councilmember Satria, no questions? No questions? So I guess we have basically 3 summers that we've got to get through. Is that right? Before we're going to be up and running with the system.
Yes, we have 2 very important ones, this next one and the one right after. And then the one following that is purely dependent on how quickly we can get generation online and batteries installed.
Okay, but we expect to have the batteries again when?
Hopefully the beginning 2025, that'll be the first phase of it. Right now we're talking about the battery installations on the order of it's 75 megawatt total. We're looking at possibly 30, 35 in the first round, and then the remainder in the second.
Okay, so we expect to have some storage in place by the summer of 2025?
Right. One distinction, storage is not generation.
I understand.
Yeah, so we would
But it
still have
helps
to
us with
provide
peaks.
It can, yes. I'm more, to be honest, I'm more concerned about generation across the board. And at some point, generation on the outside would have to be used to put energy into the batteries.
Sure.
So, yes, we would have to plan around making sure the batteries were charged up at some point, not at the peak, so that they could be used later at the peak.
Okay. Okay, I have no other questions. I will, and we have no comments, right?
I'll just make.
No comments.
Oh, you have a comment?
Well, I'll just make-
Councilmember Saltroni?
Yeah, I'll just make a comment. I'm going to be abstaining from this vote because I also voted no on the Grayson project.
Okay,
I'll move 1, 2, and 3.
okay, so that's C 1, 2, and 3, moved by Councilmember Devine. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Kasakian seconded, and roll call, please.
Council members Azatryan,
Abstain.
Divine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian, Mayor Brotman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mellon. And I was thinking of calling a short recess, but it seems to have
Yeah,
quieted down.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the crowd has dispersed.
Okay, good timing, because I know a lot of people are waiting to talk about our solid waste rates. So we will just continue with our program then. What is next?
Next are hearings. A, Public Works regarding restructuring and increase of solid waste collection rates. 1, resolution for restructuring and increase of solid waste collection rates.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Galanian.
Yes, Mayor Brotman, members of City Council, as you may recall, this item is related to solid waste collection or refuse collection for single-family residential homes as well as apartments, buildings with 2 to 4 units. And back in January of this year, staff presented this item for your consideration and received direction from council to postpone the effective date, which at the time was supposed to be February 1st with the first increase and then July 1st with the second increase. Since then, staff and our consultant have gone back, updated the COSA cost of service analysis, and are ready to present to you tonight and get your feedback moving forward. And the plan is to take this COSA cost of service analysis and perform some educational outreach with our residents and account holders so that they know what the details of the plan is. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Amrani. I believe he has a couple of words to say, or should we go directly to Dan Hardgrove, our Assistant Director of Public Works, for the presentation?
And before Mr. Hardgrove speaks, just procedurally, this is a hearing. Do I open the hearing now?
Yes.
Okay, so I formally open the hearing at 7:37 PM. Mr. Hardgrove.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Dan Hargrove, Assistant Director of Public Works. This evening, we're here to discuss the public hearing for adopting new solid waste residential rates. First, just a quick background to kind of compare residential rates to our franchise hauler rates. Residential customers include all single-family residences and multifamily residences with between 2 and 4 units. Residential rates are bundled, meaning that residential customers pay for their refuse service type, including recycling and organic services within that rate. Rate structures must accurately reflect the cost of providing waste management services, including collection, diversion programs, outreach, and disposal. And these are all determined as part of the COSA analysis, which we'll get to soon. Rate adjustments are, residential rate adjustments are subject to Prop 218 public hearing and notice rules, which we will review further in this presentation. So just to get a sense what this means compared to franchise rates, of course, the council knows that in December of 2021, commercial solid waste franchise was implemented. Refuse services as part of the franchise are for all multifamily residents with 5 or more units and all businesses in the city. Rates in the franchise rates are not bundled. Commercial customers pay for refuse, recycling, and organics services as separate rates. As the council knows, there are 4 exclusive franchise haulers with specific geographic zones in the city, and all have an identical rate structure. Franchise rates are subject to annual adjustments based on 3 factors: CPI, disposal costs, and fuel costs. I mentioned the Prop 218 notice and public hearing requirements. Public hearing notice of proposed property-related fees, such as refuse rates, residential refuse rates, need to be mailed at least 45 days before the fee implementation. The mailing of written notice of such fees need to be mailed to the record owner of each identified parcel within the jurisdiction, including property owners and tenants where the tenant is directly liable to pay the fee or charge at issue. On April 17th, 2023, it was 50 days prior to this hearing, these notices were mailed to all residential 1 to 4 unit accounts billed through our GWP billing, and all affected property owners per the LA County Assessor's map, Assessor's information. Under 60,000 letters, 59,860 letters were sent. This did result in some duplication of letters received, but this was done for assurance purposes. We would much rather make sure that an affected person receives the letter, or receives 2 letters versus no letters at all. The notices detailed rate adjustments and the reasons for them. It also provided our contact phone number and the city's website address for customers to get more comprehensive information. The city's website has all the detailed information that could not be put in public notice letters, including a robust set of FAQs, a full list of proposed rate changes, a PowerPoint presentation that summarized all the hows and whys, the rate adjustments, the Prop 218 notices in the 3 languages that they were sent in, and the cost of service analysis in its report in its entirety. The city has identified 27,118 affected parcels impacted by the rate adjustments that are subject to Prop 218 requirements. Thus, 50% would be 13,560 valid protests would need to be received to stop the rate increase. Just as an update, as of 5:30 this evening, we received 316 valid protests against the rate adjustment. Just to go over some of the key objectives of the COSA, the COSA was done to analyze cost impacts of the operations over the past 13 years and into the future. Council may recall it was when we spoke about this previously, we referred to it as 12 years. We are now in the 13-year mark by the middle of this month since the last rate adjustments. The second objective was to correct imbalance of revenues when compared with operation and maintenance costs and capital expenditures. Third was to reestablish and preserve a reserve requirement for the refuse fund. And finally, to implement the rate adjustments in a phased approach to spread the costs over time and decrease the impacts on our city customers. Factors driving the cost increase. We have discussed the driving factors with council previously. This chart depicts these factors proportional to how they are driving the total value of the rate increases over the next 5 years. You could see that, for instance, the Shoal Canyon landfill closure, of course, is something that has not occurred, but so those costs are projected. However, otherwise, all of these are real-time costs that the city is already absorbing right now. Also, you could see also reoccurring capital expenditures, trucks, carts, equipment, about 28% of driving cost. Service life for collection vehicles is about 5 to 7 years. These trucks really take a beating during their term of service, and so that is the standard for the longevity of these trucks in the field. The lapse of 13 years since the last increase accounts for about 23% of the increases that you're seeing. It's important to note is that the disposal and processing costs, which makes up 20% on this pie chart here, the orange pie, also includes costs associated with processing of organics and recyclables. So it also has impacts related to SB 1383 administration and the recycling market decline. Okay. All right. Overall findings of the COSA, the slide shows what happens if we do not adjust rates. We have an entirely different level of demand on our operations with the same rates unaltered for now 13 years. Our cash balance, respective of funding, integrated waste programs is in a nosedive, with the complete depletion of available funds anticipated to be exhausted by the fall of next year. We have also analyzed our expenditures to seek out the areas that could be cut, and there were some reductions to be found through this process that were made as part of the COSA analysis. The operating expenditures, however, remain mission critical to providing service to our customers, so the only means to pull up the yoke of this trajectory is to increase our collection rates. Okay, some key observations of the COSA. And we will talk about these in a little bit more detail. Firstly, the current rates for individual service activities. These are the collection of a 64-gallon cart of a single-family residence, the collection of a 96-gallon cart at a single-family residence. Each of those service activities do not accurately reflect the total cost of that service. So in the initial rate adjustment proposed for July 1st, 2023, the rates for all of those service areas will be restructured as part of the adjustments. The second observation is despite the increases, the city's adjusted rates will still be lower than in comparison to rates of many similar communities. And finally, the rate increase is established on a 5-year standard. This is common practice period for the COSA, and it's optimum to realistically balance our revenues and expenditures while minimizing the impacts of rate adjustments on our customers. So let's take a closer look at these key observations. Among the individual service collection types that we provide, here is a snapshot of the restructuring changes that are proposed for the initial rate adjustment amongst the largest proportion of our customers. It's 98%, as you can see there. You can see the initial rate adjustment varies in this first year as it is correcting the cost of service for the individual service types. The percentage adjustment over the remaining years of the COSA will be consistent across all individual collection activities. So just looking at the table here, you see the current rates, the rates due to be effective July 1st, what that change is, and particularly the change, what we're speaking to here is the percentage differential in the in the rate change between these several service activities. And then the customer base that is getting these services, you can see the standard 96-gallon cart for single-family residents makes about 56% or over 56% of our total customer service rates. Okay, for our second key observation, the graph here represents the change in the rates for single-family residential. You can see even with the larger initial increase, we are still lower than over half of these comparable cities. It's important to keep in mind that all of these communities are in the same boat regarding the statewide changes impacting solid waste and changes in the solid waste industry. This information still remains a moving target, as there's a lot of rate adjustment activity going on right now among these communities. For instance, we know of at least 11 of these communities have already had rate adjustments since the data collection part of the COSA was completed. We also know that there's at least 4 that have plans to raise their rates in the coming years. So things are in motion.
Can I just want to interrupt you for a second on that? Could you go back to that?
Yeah.
You said which are the 4? I mean, I'm interested in the ones that are to the left of us after the increase, right? Which of those have do you understand are about to go through a rate increase?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we do have a graphic. I could share it now or at the end of the presentation that shows that will distinguish, which communities we know have changed rates, which communities are due to change rates. We can look at that now or.
Well, we could come back to that. I guess the question I want to address is if there are communities that are dealing with all these cost increases yet are able to run a service at lower cost than us, I would like to understand how they can do that.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, yeah, I think what's important to keep in mind is these are all different size populations. They have different service levels. So while these are similar communities in terms of the ones that are analyzed here, we're not exact. They have different demands that are placed upon them as individual communities. There are different stages in their regulatory compliance activities that everyone is sharing on this list.
Right. I think Councilmember Kasakian, did you have some?
I think those are all very good questions, and thank you for that answer, Mr. Hardgrove. I also am curious to know how many of the cities on this list have their own integrated waste division like we do here in the city, and how many of them have an outside third party that has been given a franchise agreement or allowed to be the exclusive hauler, or maybe there's a couple. So that would be of interest to me to know as well.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Kasakian, I also have a breakdown of this. I could share that at the end of the presentation or now.
Let's wait till the end.
Okay. Okay. So we were looking at the 5-year rollout as one of the other key COSA observations. Let's look at the increases here in terms of the dollar changes over that 5-year period. The service types depicted represent, again, 90% of the total impacted accounts. This is for sake of clarity. I could show you the whole list, but it becomes very convoluted. So for demonstration purpose, and I'd be happy to share the other 2% of the service types. But you could see the amount adjustment over the 5-year period. It's for 96 gallon, $14 in July 2023, in 24, $14.56, et cetera, across the line. So this gives you a sense of how the rates would increase over that length of time, that 5-year period. So what's the outcome of the rate adjustments on our revenues and fund balances? Here's a table and a graph that depicts essentially the same information. We saw earlier that if we don't change the rates, the fund balance will be exhausted by fall of next year. In the interest of keeping the rate increases managed as low as possible, this rate adjustment proposed tonight reflects our efforts to minimize the impacts on our customer rates at the risk of actually falling below industry's best management practices for the city of the size of Glendale between the years of 2024 and 2028, where the fund balance will be able to, some fund balance will be able to recover towards the end of the 5-year period. The industry best management practices is a minimum of balance of 25% of operating cost as a common target for reserve balance. For Glendale, this would be about $5 million minimum. You could see, for instance, from the graph in 2025, for instance, our fund balance falls to as low as $738,000. This is an ENSIS, it's holding our breath, quite frankly, over the course of these years until the fund balance is corrected. If we had, for instance, a critical mechanical failure of 2 trucks over this time frame, this would essentially wipe out the cash balance entirely in that time. So that's the purpose of having a fund balance. Okay. So there are other questions that staff wanted to speak to that have come up concerning rate adjustments since the opening of the public hearing and previous discussions on the item. One was, can we collect trash less frequent than once per week? There are state, county, and our own Glendale codes that do not permit refuse to accumulate on a premises for a period in excess of 1 calendar week. There's the codes themselves. Weekly frequency is important. It avoids the propagation, harborage or traction of vectors, flies, nuisance odors, health and safety concerns, and this is particularly important in larger populations, such as Glendale. One other factor, could we provide a smaller refuse container than what has traditionally been provided? Our standard size refuse container and those of, which is the standard size essentially across the state is, or at least certainly in Southern California, is a 96-gallon automated cart. Where downsized containers are offered in other communities, the 64-gallon cart is most common, which is also a size option that we offer here in the city of Glendale. There are 32-gallon containers, and there are communities that do have this. We do not have a program, nor ever have had a program for 32-gallon containers. And there's a lot of factors involved with the management of such containers. One of the things we're trying desperately to manage is ensuring that we are having our the commodity source separated. Recycling goes in the recycling cart. Green waste and organics go into the green cart, and refuse into the smaller cart. The desire of having a smaller cart and maybe a rate adjustment would maybe put someone in a position where if their household has more refuse than you could fit in a 32-gallon cart in a week, they may choose to contaminate the recycling organic cart. They may try to force as much material into those small carts, which will overflow into the street, or they may overly compact the material within the cart. These are all factors that have occurred with these type of carts where it would lodge the material. When we service carts, we pick them up, we shake them 1, 2, 3 times, but sometimes we can't get everything. And when things are compacted in the carts, you may not have all of the cart fully serviced. 32 cart approach would definitely involve substantial capital investment. It will involve equipment modifications and new equipment to handle it. So this size container was not considered in the COSA. We would not recommend looking into this option now, as it would need to involve a comprehensive analysis that is likely also to result in significant capital investment. This would delay the COSA implementation, which would result in higher rates and put the fund balance at further risk of falling below what's necessary. However, once the COSA is implemented, Public Works can do a feasibility study where all the implications of a smaller size could be taken into account, such as the capital investment needs, equipment modifications or new equipment, along with the survey of cities that are actually utilizing this cart and get a good understanding of their experiences with it. Finally, this is a question that was asked quite a bit. Is it possible to charge a reduced rate for seniors or others? Per Proposition 218, as far as our refuse rates are concerned, it would be a violation to change one class of customers less than others for the same services. So any subsidy for seniors or others would have to come out of a separate funding source, such as the general fund. And the City of Los Angeles does have a program like this. That is my presentation. If there's any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Okay. Let's do this. Let's have questions first. That's okay. And then we'll hear from the public, and then we'll come back for deliberation. So we'll start with questions.
Okay. Want me to go?
Well, Councilmember Satrian.
Okay.
Do you know the average number of carts per household? How many carts do they use?
Mayor Brotman, members of council, Councilmember Satrian, the number of carts an average single-family residents use, well, there's 3 carts. That is the standard.
But they can.
Refuse.
I mean, they can request more.
Yeah, you can.
So I'm trying to actually find out if in reality, are a lot more people using more than 3, or is it 3? Because, you know, the amounts you have marked on here are for each of those cards, right? That would have the increase. And so I'm trying to understand what someone's bill looked like at the end of that month. So, because it's not that it went from 11 to 28, right? You're timesing that by 3. And then, you know, if they have additional, then, so I'm trying to figure out if you have an average count of how many carts people use.
Well, again, we have, there's the 3 commodity carts, which is refuse, recycling, and green waste. The green waste and recycling are bundled into the rates. That's this distinction with the refuse cart. Typically, that is the standard. That is the standard for certainly virtually all of our, I shouldn't say virtually all, but a very large portion of our single-family residences. We have extra service charges, extra service fees, so if you want to have a second trash cart, a refuse cart, you can do that for a fee, a regular monthly fee. That's determined through the fee schedule, since it is a voluntary choice.
This is something I've raised when I had the meeting with staff on this issue months ago, but I want you to address it here. I understand that it was the decision of the city council at the time that we moved to franchising for commercial, to have the revenue of that be in the general fund. But as you ran your COSA, the revenue, I understand that it's in our general fund that the revenue is going into. So if I looked at the trash account or the refuse account, the revenue from that would not be in there. But is the revenue calculated in any of the report that you've given us today?
If I may, Councilmember Asatryan, all the revenues for trash and recycling and organics go directly into the refuse fund. They don't go into the general fund.
But there was a fund in the general fund from the franchise, the franchise fees that we collected, correct?
That is correct. For the commercial sector and the multifamily residentials of 5 or more, there is a franchise fee that we assess that goes into the general fund. But for the residential, all of the fees that we charge go directly into the refuse fund.
Right, but you place the expenses for the other section into the refuse fund, right? Through the refuse account.
Councilmember Asatryan, for clarification purposes, expenses, there are really no direct expenses as far as commercial trash collection is concerned after the franchising. All of that is borne by the 4 private haulers that manage and operate and collect the commercial trash from commercial entities.
Okay, but my bigger question here is, we're collecting fees that are going into the general fund because it was the decision of the city council to do that. But when you're analyzing your numbers for how much you're gonna lose, you're only looking at your refuse fund, correct? The numbers that are reflected on here?
Councilmember Asatryan, so I have to make the distinction. For commercial, all the commercial expenses are borne by the 4 haulers. There are no expenses for the commercial side that's impacting the refuse fund. The only thing that we have expenses for the refuse fund is for the residential section. And that's what we also collect revenues for. So all the contracts and all the associated expenses for the refuse fund are for the residential portion.
So you are correct, Councilmember Asatryan. The revenues and expenses for what the services that the city provides are in the refuse fund, not the commercial. The commercial, the only thing related to the commercial franchise is the franchise fee that we collect, and that gets deposited into the general fund.
Okay.
And that's for the privilege of these 4 haulers doing business in the city.
Okay. I mean, I wasn't here. I don't know why we decided that we're going to put that in the general fund, or why the council chose to do that.
Can I,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, so when the city imposed or established the franchise and imposed a franchise fee, it was for the value of the use of the right-of-way as well as the costs borne by the city in providing commercial refuse. So there's other costs that the hauler, the city incurs by virtue of having trash collected. And so those costs are what are reflected in the franchise fee. So that's why it is put into the general fund.
Whereas in the past, if I may, before the franchising of the commercial collection, we had 33 to 35 private haulers working in the city that had created expenses that the city was born it was the onus on the city to provide the services, but they were the cause of these expenses that they weren't paying into it. So it only made sense that we charge a fee, like Mr. Garcia mentioned, to cover the cost of these, the impact to the general fund.
Okay. And none of those expenses that we're talking about that we're trying to cover the fees are part of the expenses of the refuse fund, correct?
So current refuse fund, like it was mentioned, covers the residential single-family homes as well as apartments, 2 units, 2 to 4 units, revenue and expenses.
I think the answer to your question is yes. The revenues that the rates are trying to recover are solely to pay for the expenses borne by the refuse fund.
Okay.
To provide trash service to residents.
Okay. And then I think it would be helpful, because, this brought up issues for me. I noticed that when you looked at the previous adopted budget or allocated budget, we were looking at about $1 million for
contractual
services, but then year after year, the department was spending, I think, $2 or $3 million. I don't remember what the total number was. And this is like happening over and over again. So can you explain why the department went over that line item, which was allocated at like $1 million, and then you guys ended up spending $2 or $3 million more for those contractual services?
Sure, Councilmember Satrian. What we had in prior to commercial franchising, obviously, we had the cost for both sectors. And then we went through a period of transition that we transitioned from the city services to commercial. So actually what we experienced was we had projected some costs, and during this transition period, the revenues and the expenses were not equal. However, moving forward, now that the commercial franchising has stabilized, now it's been in service for over a year now, all the expenses that we're forecasting and all of our contracts basically are going to be tracking with the expenses moving forward. So what we had before essentially was some of the contracts, actually we placed them on hold due to COVID-19. So there were some under expenditures of some of these contracts. Those contracts are coming back, and everything that we forecasted in the COSA, because it starts for next year, are basically going to track with the revenues that we're bringing in. As an example, we had a Green Business Certificate program, which is a very popular program that we had put that on hold due to COVID-19. However, we're restarting that, and that's going to continue moving forward in the next year, coinciding with the COSA rates going into effect July 1st.
So, City Manager Galanian, the budget that we're going to have come to us for that line item, now it's going to reflect what we've been spending the last couple of years instead of what they presumed previously and then ended up overspending?
Yeah, correct, Councilmember Satrian. the budget will reflect actuals as opposed to the previous years, so they have a better understanding of what the cost implication is going to be for next year as they estimated.
Okay. Councilmember Devine?
Thank you. Thanks for that report. These are some questions that I've heard from the public. First of all, the study shows that revenues will decline by more than 50% if we do not increase the fees. Is that true?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Devine, yeah, our revenues are in decline currently. They're not meeting the service needs, the expenditures and capital needs that we need for regular operations.
If I may, Councilmember Devine, if we can put up that slide that had the graph that had the nosedive for the.
Oh, sure.
Let's put that up.
There we go.
So as you can see in this graph, basically, that shows the trend if we do not have a rate increase. So it's showing that our revenues are declining, and by fall of next year, we're going into negative territory, basically, on our fund balance, which that means we can't cover our expenses. So that's the reason we're asking for this rate increase and the 5-year plan that we have to basically bring it back up. And what we did in doing the COSA, we tried to look at the least amount of rate increase that we could have, still basically giving an injection of cash into the fund balance so that the fund balance can become solvent. So if you go back to the second graph, so as you can see, the best management practices, as Mr. Hardgrove mentioned, for this industry is to have a $5 million cash balance. As you can see, we're still, even with these increases, we're still going to be declining in terms of our cash fund balance, and it's going to hit $738,000 in 2025, and then we're going to slowly come out of it, averaging about $2 to $2.4 million in cash balance, which is really half the best management practices that we should have.
And that leads me to the question that could we do these fee increases 1 year at a time instead of like letting that left shoe drop or the hammer come down at 146% or 76% the first year? Could we balance that out somehow so that it's not such a severe increase in the beginning?
Councilmember Devine, this is considered a utility, kind of like water or sewer, and so the typical time frame is 5 years. And the reason that we do it for that period of time is the most for efficiency. If we have to do it every year, basically, it's going to take 6 to 8 months from the time that we do the study to the time that we generate the COSA to the time that we bring it back to the council. And it's not going to have, and it could lead to even higher rates if we have to repeat this exercise on an annual basis. So the 5-year helps us have a time frame that we can spread the costs over and have a more reasonable rates in place.
And let me ask you this to follow up, and this is one of my questions. Is it possible, or could it be possible, to lower the rate increases in the future if they are somehow not necessary? In other words, let's say we raise this next year or this year 146%. And let's say that next year you look at the numbers and you say, oh, well, maybe this year we don't need to increase by, what's the second year? Second year increase is?
Well, that was a 95 cents minimum.
What's the?
45% is correct.
I'm looking for the percentage. No.
We don't
I'm
need
looking
the
for the
audience.
percentage.
Councilmember Devine?
45.
45, thank you. 45, let's say we get there and you say, well, we don't really need 45%, we maybe could do 25% this year. Would that be possible?
Councilmember Devine, if I could maybe just jump in real quickly, because I think we're probably thinking the same thing. The answer to your question is possibly, but the reality is that the numbers that we know for a fact exist in this study are costs we know we will be incurring over the next 5 years. However, if for some reason something was to come to pass, which resulted in those costs not becoming a reality, then yes, you're correct. We could in a future year we could forego one of those increases.
Okay.
But as of right now, because we're planning out for the next 5 years, these are real known expenses that we have no real way of getting around.
All right, but there is a possibility. All right, thank you. My next question, and this is something that I've seen in emails, and I know you've answered this 3 times, I think, tonight. Mr. Hargrove, you did. And are the fees based on actual service costs? COSA. Are they based on actual service costs?
Councilmember Devine, yes, these were looked at, and in fact, if you look in the COSA report, it details out the methodology, how the rate restructuring was put together, and yes, so these are based upon actual costs.
Okay, and my final question, are we planning to outsource our residential trash pickup? That's the rumor that's out there.
Councilmember Devine, no. There's no plans to outsource the residential.
This trash pickup will remain in-house.
Yes.
Thank you. Concludes my
Okay.
questions.
Yes, I'd like to add to Mr. Hargrove, sorry, it's been a long day, Hargrove's comments. As it stands today, currently, there are no plans to franchise the residential trash collection. Now, in the future, things may change. Like you mentioned, Councilmember Devine, if things change as far as the cost reduction, things can only change as it happens. There could be, and I've never seen this happen, a legislation that's mandating certain requirements for trash collection may go away, in which case our cost will come down. But as it stands today, there are no plans in the near future for residential trash collection being franchised.
But if we come to that point, you will only do it if the cost for our residents is lower than these estimates.
Councilmember Devine, there's a process, as you remember, we went through with the commercial franchise. There's an evaluation that gets done, and then we'll see where we stand. It's always council's decision, and we present all the facts to you, whether the rates are going to go up or going to come down. The lower rates, it's council's decision to move forward, whether they decide to move forward with that process.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kasakian? Questions at this point?
Yeah. My apologize. So for some of those cities that we were looking at on that list, and I may have missed this one because there's a number of things going on today, but how many of those cities on the list of the comparison as to where costs were, how many of them do we know have private or third-party agreements versus their in-house integrated waste?
I'm sorry, Councilmember. Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Kasaki, and members of council, I'll bring up that table. So these are the comparison cities, and you can see the variation of the haulers that are involved, including municipal haulers, various franchise haulers. They're fairly intermixed in terms of where they land in the rates, and you could see our current rate as well as our proposed rate here as well.
So we see there that Burbank and Pasadena have their own municipal services. It looks like Claremont also does. All cities, maybe they're not the exact same size, but pretty much everyone else has gone to private hauling services, correct?
Among this pool of agencies, yes.
Yeah. And it looks like for a large part of them, it almost looks like a monopoly to at least one provider.
Yeah, Councilmember Kasakian, and that provider is the largest in Southern California, so it
And
only
there's
makes
nothing,
sense.
look, I have nothing against them. I know that they also provide services to our commercial. They're one of the recipients of our franchise agreement. So it's not, just to say that, it's, especially given the chart that was on slide 10, it doesn't seem as though there's all that much difference whether you're going private or you're hauling your own. I mean, I personally have a preference about hauling our own because I think that we provide better service to our residents and more immediate responses to certain requests. But no, that's it right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's see, I have a series of questions, but let's keep this one up. We'll do this one first. So I'm seeing some of them, like West Hollywood, that was just less than a year ago that they made whatever changes they made there, 2238. And I'm seeing, there are a whole bunch of them there, Republic and Athens. Why wouldn't we consider, or have we considered what it would cost for Republic or Athens or somebody like that to provide services here? Are they able to operate at lower cost than we can? Is there some notion that we're not as efficient as, a larger provider?
Mayor Brotman, short answer is no, we have not. But for comparison reasons, you look at these cities, they are much smaller in size, in square miles, than City of Glendale. And they have, with the exception of Anaheim,
You got it.
and I'll defer to Mr. Hardgrove to see whether they're in the process of maybe a new COSA. With the exception of Anaheim, the number of accounts are far less than what we have currently in the City of Glendale. So that plays a big role in the cost of providing trash collection service. Do you know Mr. Hardgrove of Anaheim is contemplating or considering a new COSA?
I don't recall. I do have another table that does kind of that I can cheat on and because I've color coded it. So again, this is from our ability to analyze these. The cities are sometimes they're responsive and helpful, and sometimes they're not. But just to kind of give you an idea, and we talked about this earlier, referenced this table. If you look to the columns to the left, the table to the left, that's the analysis that was done at the time for the COSA information. The table to the right is where we stand currently as of just this past month. You could see that the communities that are highlighted in blue have made changes to their rates since the time that the COSA analysis was underway. There's 11 of them there. We also learned just recently that Alhambra, I think in April, raised their rates as well. That is not indicated on this table. The yellow, of course, is where our rates would be at the initial rate adjustment. Also included in this table is the 2024 rate, where that would fall if all things were static. The four communities that are highlighted with the red star are cities that we know will be raising their rates either for the first time in a while or again within the next year, within this next year. So this is the most up-to-date information we have in terms of these communities and where they stand in rate adjustments.
So Santa Monica's at 59, and we know they're raising their rates more.
Mayor Broughton, yes, there is a COSA. I think they just completed it. I don't want to misquote it, but I think they just completed their COSA survey.
Wow. Okay. Okay, and I'm not advocating I'm not advocating that we outsource. I think we get good service from our city's employees, and, well, anyway, we could talk about that a little bit more. So, okay. I guess, so I went through, you know, the protest letters. I can't say I read every one in full. A lot of them were the same. But I tried to go through and look at the points that people were making, and I pulled out some things that I wanted to address here. One of the questions is, you know, why are we in this, what seems to be like a catch-up situation? Why didn't we implement small increases over the last 12 years?
Mayor Brotman, if I may, there's never a good time to increase rates. So in the past, over the years, we have suggested increasing rates. We have provided, as staff have, to the city manager's office, to council, but for one reason or another, the timing didn't work out. And 1 year after another, so 12 years later, we are where we are, and we cannot kick the can down the road.
Looking at the chart, you know, that graph that shows the refuse fund, if you could maybe pull that back up.
And in addition to that, if I may, Mr. Mayor, we were also waiting for the commercial franchise program to go into effect, and that took probably close to 5 years. So we didn't want to generate a new COSA not knowing what the impact of franchising the commercial collection was.
Okay. What strikes me here is you look at 2020, 2021, we had these huge surpluses. And so I can imagine if we were talking about raising rates at that time, the question would be, why do you need to do that? You have these huge surpluses. But why did we have such huge surpluses back then?
Mayor Brotman, members of council, the cost factors that we've identified in the COSA are all taking place now. So the impacts, these expenditure impacts are happening last year, this year, and the coming years. So the resources that were available at the rates that we were offering, we're better positioned to handle that, and they aren't anymore. We're in a new world.
Okay, because I can see, I mean, if, you know, I'm kind of answering the same question I'm asking, but I can see if we're sitting there in 2020 or 2021 and we're proposing a rate increase, it would be pretty hard to justify.
Exactly.
Because we were sitting on all this cash.
And at the time, Mayor Brotman, the city was providing trash collections for the commercial sector. So we did have revenue coming in. And that helped the balance in our fund.
Another question I saw is about SB 1383, the organic waste separation. I saw the question that, you know, this was passed years ago. Why are we just responding to the cost impacts now?
Mayor Brotman, members of council, while SB 1383 was passed in 2016, there were multiple years and delays in the city actually doing the rulemaking and implementing SB 1383 as a law. The SB 1383 went into effect in January 2022. So we're about a year and a half after that. And the final product of what the state had in terms of SB 1383 and how to enforce it was, and I'm going to go do this from memory, so if I'm a little off, it was, I believe, the fall prior to its implementation. So that would be around October of 2021.
Okay, so the law was passed in 2016, but it didn't go into effect until January of last year. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So that kind of explains why these costs are, we didn't face these costs, and I don't know if we could have predicted them. I mean, the implementation rules from the state didn't come out until like just 2 years ago, right?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. And in addition to this, went through several revisions and changes until it was implemented in January 2022. In addition, the recycling market, we didn't really see the impact until, I would say, May of 2021. That's when we started transitioning from our recycling operator paying us to us paying our recycling operator. So all of these were the perfect storm. They all came together almost at the same time in terms of the expenses increasing.
Okay. Then my next one is, I saw a lot of people were frustrated that there was too little information in the notice that went out, and there was a question, why wasn't the COSA made available to the public? Can you explain, because I believe the COSA was made available, wasn't sent to everybody at their home. It's a big document, but can you explain how that was made available and where we indicated to residents that they could find it?
Yes, the cost of service analysis, as well as kind of a summation, presentation on it, as well as a pretty robust set of FAQs, was all on our has been on our website since just at the same time that the notices went out. And the notices themselves include, there's a lot of information for the limited space available, but it also include a link. There's a phone number to contact for further questions or details, and there was a link to our website to say, here, if you want more comprehensive or detailed information, there's where to find it.
Okay, so people could go look at the COSA if they really wanted to dig into the nitty-gritty. Okay. I guess the next one is, I'd like to talk a little bit more about, possible, some people use the word pay-as-you-throw models. In an ideal world, garbage would be like electricity or water, right? You use more, you pay more. And I mean, the most simple way to think about that right now without any fancy technology would just be this idea that, let's say I only want to put my trash out every other week. Obviously, maybe one day we're going to get to a point where we've got little sensors in the bin that weighs the bin as it's going into the truck, and we could charge people based on weight or something like that. I would love to get there. But can you just talk about, are there any possibilities that we can build in incentives, really? I mean, that's one thing I'm really interested in, not just cost reduction, but also incentives for people to just produce less waste and save in the process. Is there any way we can do that?
Mayor Brotman, members of council, yeah, I mean, the easiest way now is the recycling container and your green waste container or organics container is 96 gallon. But you can reduce the size of your refuse container. So there is currently the 64 gallon available. So that's the primary way to save. You have less to waste you're producing because you're recycling more. Then you could place what waste you have into that refuse cart. The pay as you throw, that's been a concept that's been around a while, and really it's a matter of technology. I mean, you need to have a unit for measuring what you throw. And a cart is one, which that's what basically how we operate, is you pay as you throw and we service your cart. But the technology you're talking about is not yet there. Things like how do you measure a bag? How do you count it by the bag? How much of the bag? How big does the bag have to be? There's no technology in the truck that can weigh the materials. That is something down the road that may become available. But right now, it's just not a viable option, at least at that type of technology.
And when you talked about every other week pickup being not recommended in urban areas, you mentioned the Glendale Municipal Code. You also mentioned state. I mean, Glendale Municipal Code we can control, right? Are there things that bind us to every week pickup of solid waste?
Mayor Brotman, members of council, yeah, there's both state and county codes. I would not be doing them justice to read them verbatim, but essentially says the same. They say the same thing, that the accumulation of refuse for more than 1 week creates a situation where you're harboring vermin and health concerns and safety concerns.
So if we said we're going to go and amend the Glendale Municipal Code to allow for pickup every other week, you're saying we'd be violating state law?
Councilmember Brotman, yes, we'd be in violation of the codes, the state codes.
Okay.
Doing that.
It's actually slide 14.
Yeah. I saw that it mentioned also Glendale Municipal Code, so I just wanted to see whether it's, it's us or it's kind of coming from outside and it's outside of our control.
Mayor Broadman, yeah, it's controlled by the state and also by the county, and we're in alignment basically with their rules.
Okay. Some of my questions here, council members, the other council members, my colleagues have asked. I guess, yeah, that's most of them. I guess the last one is, what would happen if we said, we were to vote no, and we were to say we're not increasing rates? What would we do?
Mayor Brotman, members of council, essentially our fund balance would run out. We would not have the means within the revenues we're collecting to support our operations. We would obviously need to continue some sort of service, and I would expect that would have to come from other funding.
So it would come from general taxpayer dollars?
Yeah, either that or we go out of business or integrated waste.
But we can't do that. I mean, by law, we have to pick up the trash, right? So we would basically have the general taxpayer, and I'm kind of making a point here in the question, but we would have the general taxpayer subsidizing costs for a segment of the community being single-family and small multifamily, right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, those are my questions. Councilmember Asatryan.
I had a couple more, if that's okay. With the rate increase suggestions you have, are we going to make a profit at any point, or are we just covering costs?
That is a great question, Councilmember Asatryan, and no, we're not making a profit. This is revenues and the expenses are balanced, basically.
Okay. And with this, you're not replenishing funds lost, right? You're just trying to cover costs moving forward?
Absolutely. If we can go to that graph that has the nosedive, as I call it. Next, or previous slide. Yeah.
There it is. Slide 7.
Right. So as we can see on this slide, basically, essentially, we're going into negative territory. So all we're trying to do is to recover that graph so that basically we have a modest fund balance that we can operate on. And it's going to be about $700,000 by the year 2025. And we're going to maintain it at around $2 million to $2.4 million moving forward. So that's going to give us some good operating capital to continue operation.
Okay. And then my last question, I think I'm going to go back to this franchise. We had staff when we were picking up that, the commercial and multi. So do we let go of that staff at that time? We had layoffs?
So, Councilmember Asatryan, once we implemented the franchising, before that, as Mr. Galanian mentioned before, we were waiting to see how that model would work. So we hadn't filled all of our positions. So we were running a kind of a skeleton staff for both residential and commercial. Once we went to commercial, we moved some of those drivers over to the residential side. But we did eliminate, over the last 3 years, we've eliminated 15 positions, 7 or half of it just in the past year. So those positions that were extra, we eliminated. We also did a study for optimizing our routes, which resulted in essentially adding some more routes for our residential areas to eliminate overtime. So those also, when we did that, we needed some additional drivers that came from the commercial side. So we did eliminate positions and overall balanced our process to have it a more efficient routes moving forward.
Okay, thanks.
I actually have one more question. I just thought of it. Bulky item pickup. Now, we offer unlimited bulky item pickup to our customers. The haulers, the third-party haulers, don't do that anymore. They offer 4 times a year, and they charge. If we were to go to that model, where we don't offer unlimited bulky item pickup, would there be a substantial cost savings? Would that make a difference in the rates? And again, I'm not advocating, I love the unlimited bulky item pickup, but I'm just wondering, like, how much does that cost us?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we would have to analyze that, what the impacts would be. I think there's some factors that would be concerning in terms of if we don't offer a bulky item program, we may end up with more abandoned items, and which means we lack the ability as an operation to know right where things are and schedule them. So it may actually make it more complicated in a lot of respects, but it's certainly something that we could analyze.
Okay, all right, thanks. If my colleagues don't have any more questions, I'm going to go to public comment, and we have, I have 10 cards.
Yes, and 3 callers.
How many? 3. Okay, so that's manageable, so I'll give everybody 3 minutes. Yes?
I was going to, well, and did you speak about increased fuel costs? I know that that's been, did you give a clear picture? Because just doing a tertiary search right now online, you can see that between the last time we had cost adjustments to now, the price, and for those who may know, our trucks are clean natural gas, right, all of them, but the price of fuel has nearly doubled as well.
Okay. Let's go to
You
the
want to
callers.
confirm that, Mr. Hardwell?
I'm sorry, yes, Council Member Kasakian. Yeah, that was considered as part of the cost analysis.
Okay. We'll call up the people that are here in person, and then we'll go to the phones. So starting with Peter Perigo.
Pardon me for speaking quickly. My name is Peter Perigo. I'd like to clarify, it's actually 49 months, not 5 years. The first rate increase is next month, and then a rate increase for the next 12 months after that. So that's even rougher. And I'm kind of curious on this one. You say that there's a cost of service analysis for 5 years, but you didn't do one for individual years on that one. And you say that it could cost more if we went back and actually analyzed the idea of voting on this 1 year at a time. That reeks of a hard sell, sir. I just don't agree with that. I also kind of wonder why there wasn't an analysis or a cost analysis for franchises. Why didn't we do Republic? Why didn't we ask Athens? It's like you guys came up with one thing and you're all out of ideas. Also, you might have had years to deal with this, but the public has had no more than 6 weeks. Congratulations, you guys beat the 45-day at least minimum by 5 days. Yeah, good for you. And yet, strangely, I'm actually here to say I agree, there does need to be an increase. I'm for this rate increase. It's been 12 plus years. It's necessary to have a rate increase, but do it 1 year at a time. We don't know what all of the future is going to hold. I mean, let's go back 49 months. Did anybody have global pandemic on your bingo card? All right. We don't know what it's going to be. We know that Shoals Canyon will close as of January 1st, and we know that SB 1383 will actually come into effect January 1st, but we really don't know the costs of SB 1383. On that list, can you put up the pie chart? Is there any way we can do that? On there it said it's 9%, right. 1383 is 9%, but you also said that disposal and processing increases were tied into the SB 1383. So that's 29%. That's really a guesstimate. We don't know the true costs of that. We don't, and to that point, I spoke with Rick Beltran, who is the Assistant Environmental Technician for the City of Glendale. He is the man who is in charge of compliance, making sure that all the restaurants and all the grocery stores are all in compliance with 1383. And I asked him, I said, what would happen if someone isn't in compliance with that? And his answer was, I don't know. Because the council has not determined whether it's a carrot or a stick. They don't know if they're going to fine them, which could be a mitigating cost, ongoing mitigating cost for 1383. You don't know. And so I just recommend take this 1 year at a time. I think that is a really, really, I think that's silly to say that, okay, to do an analysis annually, it's a fear tactic to say, well, the rates could be up even higher. No, I don't buy that, sir. I'm sorry. We don't know what the costs are going to be. Let's take it one at a time. Also, the city comparisons are based on 1224. May I please have 1 more minute? 1 minute more, please.
I can't be giving everybody 4 minutes, so if you could just finish the sentence and conclude there, I'd appreciate it.
You guys got a long night of complaints in front of you. I really hope you listen. 1 year at a time.
Do you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have that written down? Whatever you were going to say, do you have it written down?
No, it's off the cuff.
Okay, I was going to ask if I could see it so I could at least know what you were going to say. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
I can give you something.
Okay. Stephen Lane.
I was going to come in, you're all kind of proud because I only put my trash and recycling out every other month, 1 time in 8 weeks. But now I find out that's illegal. So now the next point is, if I can microchip my dog, we can't microchip a trash can? Think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Hasmik Nazarian.
Okay. This letter is from the majority of the homeowners in Glendale, from all this, my neighborhood. Dear City Council members, we, the undersigned homeowners of Glendale, California, are writing to express our strong opposition to the proposed increase in waste collection rates. We understand that city is facing financial challenges. However, we believe that the proposed increase would place an undue burden on the residents of our community. First and foremost, many homeowners are still recovering from the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The job market and overall economy have yet fully rebounded, and numerous families are struggling to make ends meet. The proposed increase in waste collection rates would disproportionately affect lower income householders, further exacerbating financial stress. As much the proposed rate increase may violate the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, if it is disproportionately affected lower income households. The clause prohibits states from denying any person within their jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. In the proposed increase in waste collection rates is found to create an undue burden on lower income residents. It could be deemed unconstitutional. Second, we have observed no significant improvements in the quality or frequency of waste collection services that would justify such an increase. The current waste collection system is already functioning efficiently, and we don't see the need for additional funds to be allocated to this particular service. The public trust doctrine, which is rooted in common law, imposes an obligation on the government to manage and protect certain resources for the benefit of the public in the context of waste collection. This doctrine may require the City Council to ensure that waste management services are provided equitably and effectively to all residents. A significant rate increase that adversely affects a portion of the community may be seen as a violation of the public trust. We urge the City Council to consider alternative means to address the city's financial needs, such as seeking grants, cutting non-essential spending, or exploring public-private partnerships.
Okay, thank you very much.
We also encourage to, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I skipped Mr. Lee, so Richard Lee, I accidentally put your card behind.
Good evening, Mayor Brotman, City Council members, and city staff. I am Richard Lee, a 51-year resident of Glendale. I have several concerns with the Glendale's solid waste cost of service study used to justify the proposed quadrupling of the sanitary fees to homeowners. The city's study states that rates have not increased since 2011. However, the California Consumer Price Index has increased only 42% since February 2011, as compared to the proposed increase to 387% of current fees. My home's annual fees will go from $220 to $851, which is outrageous. The city study shows that if fees are not increased, revenues will decline 54%. However, there are and will be more residences in Glendale, not fewer. Perhaps, and I won't say perhaps now because you all have now mentioned that the franchise fees are going to the general fund. However, the businesses and multifamily complexes expenses, it appears to me, based on this study that the COSA study, it appears that those expenses are still in the enterprise fund, leaving the related, those expenses to be paid for by Glendale's single-family residents. The city's study lists everything and anything that might impact service costs in an attempt to predict costs out 4 years, China's recyclables behavior, the possible closure of Shoal Canyon, possible shortage of truck drivers, and the future cost of steel to build trucks. However, there's no mention, no consideration of possible future reductions in costs. Artificial intelligence implementation is coming. The coming economic recession. Many economists say that the recession has arrived, and the surplus job applicants available due to recession layoffs. The elderly and those on fixed incomes will be severely affected financially. So my final conclusions are the city's study is seriously flawed. It's deceptive and does not match all revenues and expenses properly. Even accepting the excessive cost increases of the city's cost study, merely correcting this improper removal of the business and multi-unit fees and returning it to, sending it to the general fund, returning that to the enterprise fund makes a fee increase unnecessary.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee.
An independent study must be done in order to return credibility to this process.
Thank
this
you.
$15 million revenue shift out of the fund
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
results in a needless $20 million on the homeowners. So
Thank you. Thank you.
I
Your
will be
time
glad
is-
to
your
answer
time
any
is up.
questions that you all have.
Okay, thank you. Max Sherman.
Good evening, members of council. My name is Max Sherman. I'm speaking on behalf of the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. You know, looking at the rate increases that are being proposed of 76% to 165% for rental housing owners of properties of 4 units or less, you know, our association, we have thousands of members throughout Los Angeles, including Glendale. A majority of them, or a large portion of them, do have 4 units or less. So this is a huge impact to those owners. We urge the City Council to utilize the funds from waste hauling franchise fee it receives to decrease or delay the implementation of these drastic increases. As the staff report indicates, it was a franchise arrangement in December 2021 that left the city with far fewer customers for its services, resulting in decreased revenues and a much smaller customer base over which to allocate its fixed costs. Such a drastic increase in collection rates will only continue to force out more mom and pop owners out of the housing business, whereby they will have to sell their properties to large-scale developers who have no vested interest in the community. As a result, Glendale will lose its scarce, naturally occurring affordable housing, which are provided by these independent mom and pop property owners. We ask that the council look to use the remaining ARPA funds, if those are allocated, to create a new rebate program for independent mom and pop rental housing owners to assist them in keeping their properties by reducing the new trash hauling fees, and recognize the severe financial hardships suffered by mom and pop rental housing providers and their renters during the pandemic, and allow sufficient time for them to adjust to these increases by using funds from the franchise fee to delay its implementation and impact. We welcome the opportunity to be part of this conversation, offer our expertise in this area. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And next speaker is Judy Lan.
I probably just 2 minutes.
Okay.
Everybody.
We won't complain.
Yeah, first question is because I'm not professional, so I just with a simple mind, with a simple question. First, the residential rates 100, well, the small bin is 146, which means I calculate 240. Is the other person say increase? So, but still, I never see anywhere increase so much. And besides, you considering the math for 64 gallon with 96, there's 2/3. How could you increase so much? By the portion. I don't know everybody can do the math or not. Besides, is Glendale doing the recycling program? You doing the recycling program? I believe I have been doing recycling program more than 20 years. So I have no trash, actually, whole month, not even half. I'm serious, and now we're doing even the organic waste. When we do the recycling, the price, the expense is supposed to go down. And the recycling, Glendale doing the recycling with all the the other thing, green bin or the gray one, is they supposed to making money too? I think lots of people are doing the recycling, making money from the private company. So I believe we have that program too. Now we are doing that. So as the first one say, we never predict in the future 5 years how much percent you're going to increase. So my simple question is, first, simple rate just not quite right, not fair. We need to justify, with the 64 gallon, with 96 gallon. The second one is, like I said, we're doing the recycling. If we increase, we not encourage recycling. We are throw away recycling. For example, if I have 64, why not going to 96? Why are doing the recycling for those waste? You need lots of effort to do the recycling. I don't think the Glendale is supposed to doing the recycling, enforce recycling instead of throwing away recycling. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ojeni Samus. Hope I pronounced that right.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I'm Ojeni Samus, resident of Glendale over 40 years. And like our first speaker, Peter, I'm actually for raising the rate, but that is reasonable rate. This is almost like a monopoly. Citizens have no choice. Just as we do not have any choice on the electricity, nor do we have on the water. We conserve water, then the revenues go down and the rates go up. Now it's this. Think out of the box. Other means, be reasonable, raise it 25%, 30%, 40%, but over 4 years. You keep saying that the plan is 5 years, but it's not. According to what has been sent to me, the last column says 2027, and this is year 2023. So your proposed 500% increase is over 4 years. It's not reasonable. It's gouging. Okay? Another comment. So I learned that recycling and green waste is subcontracted out, franchised. Why are we picking them every week? I have cousins in Canada. I've been visiting them over past 10 years. Their recycling and the greens are every other week, twice a month. Trash pickup is every week, not the others. They've been saving money for years and years. If it is subcontracted out, if it's a flat fee, then renegotiate with them. Say we don't want your drivers around. We want a kickback. City wants a kickback. I mean, there's different wins. I'm an engineer. I think out of the box. Think out of the box. Just not, I know we are confined with certain laws, with state and county rules, but we could be ingenious. This is not right. I may be able to afford it, which is still hard. I'm 65, but many cannot. This is price gouging. Just like the fuel, just like electricity, just like water, it's not right. And we are stuck. We have no other choice. Tell me, and I will get my trash, as the previous lady said. My trash too is very low. I do my backyard composting. I do the recycling. I just have 3 or 4 bags, small bags, maybe 1/8 of that 96 gallon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alan Dish.
Good day, LA Council. I would like to, for you please to clarify what is the name of the Senate bill according to which?
SB 1383.
So to clarify once more, Mr. Mayor Brotman, for the gentleman in the back, that this is not simply about recyclables. This is a law that says trash as such needs to be collected.
No, that's not 1383. You're
Okay.
talking about something else.
Okay.
Yeah, just go ahead. Make your comments, please.
Sorry. Again, I'm not an expert either, so let's face it, this is madness. I mean, at some level, like, it's probably going to happen, so let me just talk about, at a more general level, what we consider possible today and impossible, precisely requoting Councilmember Paula Devine. Like, on the one hand, in technology, in personal freedoms, almost everything's possible. You know, if you have enough money, you can travel to space. They're saying now, with cloning our organs, we might even become immortal, like you become a software, download yourself to hardware, and so on and so on. Personal freedoms, again, you can watch, read all the books you want, the music, you can travel wherever you want, all that stuff. But you know, if you say, let's, like, raise the taxes a little for education and so on, no, it can't be done. Or in this case, let's not raise the taxes for trash. At least we know it's possible for it not to happen. So thank you for this question. At a very naive level, okay, you may remember that I promised you we would collect the 14,000 signatures. I have no signatures with me, but my point is, again, I think there's a lot of baggage, if that's okay for me to use this word, like 13 years of inaction and so on and so on. On the other hand, you know, yes, I'm not totally, although I love the state, of course, but like maybe we should also look for alternatives. Athens services, they are owned by Armenians. I'm proud and so on that they came to Montebello, we took over, whatever, the trash industry. But that's not why I'm saying. that we should maybe look for alternatives. Maybe we should do it precisely because it would not result in a 500% increase. My conclusion is to quote some billboards I saw in Chile. I wasn't there, but it said another end of the word is possible. Like maybe we can have, maybe it is ending, but maybe we can have one where the rates is not increased. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, next speaker is Alex Balikian.
That graph comparing Glendale to the other cities. Thank you. Hi, Alex Balekin. I'm running to fill Adam Schiff's seat in 2024. I'm fiscally conservative, so you can imagine how I feel about this tax hike. So the first point that I was going to bring up is that graph, if you do put up, please, is intentionally misleading, the bar chart comparing Glendale to the other cities. We go to the middle after the first year, which is a 146% increase. After that, there is an additional 250% increase that takes us to $71. That is off the chart. $71 is off the chart. So I think it's reasonable to go up 146% and leave us there or in the middle of the chart, but I think it's quite unreasonable to go more than that. Second, Councilmember Devine, you asked Mr. Hargrove about why the revenues were decreasing, and poor man developed a stutter because he couldn't answer. My garbage rates didn't go down during that time, so I'm wondering why the revenues decreased. He also started stuttering when you talked about why the operation management costs were going up. If you look, the labor costs are going down. So even though we are increasing $600 per house, the poor garbage collectors over the next 5 years are not getting any raises. So where is that money going? So again, this graph is up for the people at home. This graph is intentionally misleading because where we end up in the middle is after the first increase of 146%. The final increase after 2 additional years is $71. The chart does not even go up to $71. Okay, so I think it's reasonable to park us here. And then what I recommend after that, you mentioned that smaller cities, Rosemead, Monterey Park, Alhambra, it's not a big city like when they transfer out or contract out. Those 3 cities together make up a city the size of Glendale. Okay, so if our municipal garbage is unable to do this efficiently after that initial 146% increase, I think that gives us time to have competitive bidding to see if somebody else outside of the city can do it more efficiently. Because the increased cost they are proposing, it's a black box. It is not transparent whatsoever. It is not going to the garbage collectors. Another alternative that you can do is during this additional year, you can tell people, we give free composting bins. If you compost your garbage, there'll be less garbage that needs to go elsewhere. We will not increase your rates by another additional 600%. Give people an option to participate, because I just got my composting bin. When I saw this, I didn't realize that Glendale did that. That is a well-kept secret. I think it is an inappropriately kept secret. You should tell people to try to do their own composting. Finally, Prop 218, which was passed in 1996, says that they're written, meaning non-oral votes. That was passed before the internet was a thing. Okay, the fact that we have only 316 opposition votes among the 50,000 or 25,000 homes that there is, that is voter suppression. That is 98.8% approval rates. Even the worst communist dictator that's having a sham election will have sense enough to give their opponent 25% to make it look legitimate. Okay, so this is intentional voter suppression, and even the instructions on the website were conflicting. Some days you had to have the APN, other areas you didn't have to have the APN. So
Okay.
that's what I'd recommend.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Grant Michaels. Excuse me, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Grant Michaels. I'm the president of the Glendale Homeowners Coordinating Council. We've been following this issue, submitting comments, seeking transparency and clarity in understanding the rates. Given the comments from the audience and even from council, I don't believe there is clarity in the rates. I will focus my comments specifically on the franchise system, which was broached. Going back to a bill for the residential multifamily service, every multifamily unit was charged $12 a month prior to the franchise system. That went to the Integrated Waste Fund. That ended when the franchise system went into effect. For the property that I have, there were 24 units. We were paying under $300 a month for the city to provide service. When Athens took over, the rate was $1,500. When I spoke with Athens, they defended their rate increase, saying they were paying the city over $300 in those franchise fees. Looking at the reduction in that $12 rubbish charge, that does coincide with the nosedive in the fund balance, where those revenues were not going into the integrated waste fund. The accounting in the COSA also doesn't address where the franchise fees are coming in. So in looking at all of this, I'm having to go with information that I know is fact on my personal accounts. I'm not seeing this in the COSA. I'm not able to reconcile this with information presented in the COSA. We have, with the Coordinating Council, we have been seeking clarity and transparency so that the rates can be understood. We haven't seen that. Many people understand that a rate increase is needed, but we don't believe that this COSA is accurately depicting what those costs are, what they will be, and they aren't giving the public confidence in what the rates are for the service that they're paying. Looking at splitting out the residential services and then saying that the separation from the commercial services caused a shortfall, and then have that fund go into the general fund and have this COSA simply look at the integrated waste fund. As Mr. Lee mentioned, there is money that's missing and not being accounted for. With that, that's the clarity and transparency that we'd like to see within this analysis and setting the rates at an accurate rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, David Ehrlich.
Hello, I'd like to touch upon the last one of these sentences that I read when I got this mailer, and that's if protests are filed by a majority of the affected property owners, the proposed solid weight rate increase will not be imposed. And so when I read that, I'm thinking, wow, so if people just protested, this wouldn't even come into effect. And I thought, well, you know, we got 300 some odd protests, and I would say that whoever wrote this thing up, it would have been really nice if they said, oh, by the way, why don't you just tell us, send in a protest saying that you want the rate to increase. And I bet if you did that, you wouldn't have anybody have any sign up for this. So I'm saying it's just like, it seems to me like you don't really need to have this. If you're putting down that all you need to do is get a majority vote, this wouldn't go through. I find that just very interesting and very hard to believe that, that it's necessary. So anyways, I just find that very, very odd that you can actually say if enough people did this, there would not be an increase. You guys get it? You know, it's like, and so when you write down this stuff, it's like, what if you just said, by the way, let's send out the letter that says, you know, if you want an increase, send us a letter saying you want the increase. I don't think you'd have anybody, you know, commenting on that. Personally, I don't think hardly anybody reads this anyhow, so I don't think it's a very good method. I hope you.
Thank you, thank you. Well,
I know you guys
will.
are bored, but whatever.
What I would say to that is, that's by law that we do that. That's
Yeah.
Prop 218. Ultimately, the five of us, well, there are four today, but the five of us vote, and we have to approve it also. So that's a mechanism by law. This is a mechanism by public policy.
That wording is by law, the way it's worded.
I believe so, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, excuse me, sir. I'm surprised somebody running for Congress is going to be shouting from the back of the room and breaking decorum. Okay.
Anyhow, so that is specifically how it had to be written out?
Yes.
Really? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Michaela Karras?
I promise I'll be brief. I'm Michaela Karras. I'm a new homeowner. My husband and I bought our first home in September of last year. And, you know, obviously waste management is essential. No one wants a rate increase, but the reality is it's something that, you know, I think needs to happen. It sounds like needs to happen on some level, but it's the scale of this increase that feels very overwhelming. As some people have mentioned, I think the way the rate is structured out is a little bit misleading because, you know, we just moved here, we're hoping to stay here a long time. So for me, I'm looking at this and it's a 386% increase, you know, within 4 years. And as someone else mentioned, I would actually be really curious to see, you know, what this bar chart would look like after the 4 years. You know, someone mentioned that we'd be at the $70 mark at that point. So where would other cities stack up at that point? I know it's hard to kind of project that out, but I'm curious. And I would just love to kind of see if there's more options that could be explored. I know it sounds like, you know, every other weekend has other issues, but, you know, right now the difference between a 64 and a 96-gallon cart by 2027 is only a $7 a month difference, which is some savings, but that's not significant savings. And I think there could be some more incentives built into reducing trash in the long run. And, you know, maybe even a smaller cart. Is there I don't know how small we could possibly go with the infrastructure we have, but is there basically just, it feels like we maybe haven't exhausted all of the possible ways that we could mitigate this fairly dramatic increase that's going to hit everyone pretty hard within 4 years. That's all.
Thank you. And before you go, you just moved here when?
September.
And you're already coming to council. Okay, well, thank you for being a good citizen and participating in our democracy.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all our speakers here, what's there? What's your name? Why don't you come forward? You could speak and then fill out if there isn't a card. Oh, we have it? Okay, okay. We got that mixed up. Apologies.
Thank you.
And your name is?
The freedom of speech here.
Oh, okay, Walter Bugranian.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, good evening. On my way here, there were people by the school district, and I would urge City of Glendale leaders to do whatever it needs to be done, you know, not to, you know, de-escalate the situation. But I'm not here for that reason. I'm here for something else.
Are you speaking about the solid waste rates?
No, I'm for
okay,
oral communication. I'm here for oral
then
communication.
we'll call you up later. This is not the
Okay.
appropriate time for that.
All right, well, I thought.
Yeah, that's what we thought too, which is why we didn't call you. Okay. All right, let's go to the phones.
We have 3 callers. Our first caller is Jim Turner. Jim, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I've been listening to everything that's been going on there for the last hour and a half. And one of the questions I have is the franchise fee goes to the city money. It doesn't go to trash collection. Is that right? Hello?
Yeah, well, if you would just make your comments, this isn't back and forth, but we might be able to answer you at the end when you conclude.
I thought it might be a back and forth because there's so many questions. You know, and then the flyer that they sent out to us, how many of those did they receive total, and how many did they throw away that didn't meet their criteria, which was you had to have your APN, you had to have a signature, you had to have it written, you had to have this and that and the other. And I found that out from one of the people from Waste Management, and she sent me a list of the things that had to be on there. And if the things weren't on there, they were going to throw it away. How many did they throw away? Or do we know? And then the fees go up 500%. I've been here since 1956 when I moved up here with my parents. And all of a sudden, we're paying more for trash collection than I paid for my first mortgage. And it's getting totally out of hand. I think that somebody needs to look at how much money is there, how it's being counted, and who's getting it, because it sure as heck isn't going to Waste Management or somebody else. And that's about all I got. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And is there anything we can say about the number of protest letters that we got that we disqualified? Do we know that?
Yeah, let me get Mr. Lightenberg up to answer that question.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Yes, I can answer that question. As of 5:30 this afternoon, there were 18 only that did not count. The reasons that they did not count were because most of them came from either commercial properties or multifamily residential greater than 5, so non-qualifying parcels. 4 of them were illegible or did not include addresses at all. Nothing was not counted because of either having an APN as opposed to an address or an address as opposed to an APN. Every one of those was counted.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So the majority, because they're not subject to this rate increase, they've already gone through their rate increase earlier on with the franchising. Okay, thank you. Next caller.
Our next caller is Jackie Geesh. Jackie, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor Brotman, City Council members, while I too am not happy about the increase in the waste fees, I realize that it is essential to raise the rates now. However, the large increase could have been predicted at least a few years ago when the franchise haulers were chosen, and it was obvious that revenue would drop by a factor of 2 and costs would only incrementally drop. And the costs for disposal of organics and lack of income from plastic recycling were also known. It is incumbent upon management to plan ahead and avoid these large increases. Blaming this on the state government for passing laws to minimize damage to the planet means that Glendale is not accepting responsibility for managing the rate increase in the best possible way. What Glendale really needs to do is to find ways to encourage or require residents and businesses, particularly restaurants, to reduce waste, particularly single-use plastics and styrofoam. It is easy for all of us to put our trash in the trash cans without thinking about where it is going and how long it will take to decompose, and if it will leave any chemicals in the soil or water or air. We all need to do our part by carrying reusable water bottles, avoiding styrofoams and plastics as much as possible, and more, and to be sure to separate organics for the future of our planet. I think Glendale needs to invest in ways to help reduce the trash, and hopefully that will help decrease the rate increases for future years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Robert Sanfilippo. Robert, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Hi,
Go ahead.
hi, I'm a family of 5, and my question is real simple. If I have small containers, will I pay the same rate as someone who has the larger containers? And I guess the other question is, if I'm just using it for waste, and then why couldn't we use the recycle for like the plastics and the greens every other week? That's it. That's my question. Thank you, City Council.
Okay, before we go on, because we've heard that question a number of times, actually, 2 things. One, the smaller bin size, the savings that you're going to get after these changes is much less than the savings you get today by going from a large to a small bin. There's much more incentive today than there will be under this new rate structure. Can you explain why that it has shrunk?
Mayor Brotman, members of council, the individual rates for the smaller container, which is a 64-gallon, is based upon the cost of service. The way that the rates were structured was based upon the cost for the individual service type. So there was not incentives looked at in terms of the size of container, just what it costs to service it.
Okay, so presumably back in when we last set rates, what did we say that is, 2010? 10? Maybe conditions were different, or we don't know why. But now based on Prop 218, we have to attribute the cost to each of the, is it Prop 218? Yeah, to each of these services, right? Because that was a question that the woman who spoke earlier, Michaela, I think was her name, I don't know if she's still there, asked about why we can't create more of an incentive to produce less trash by giving a lower price, making that delta bigger between the large and the small can. And I think the answer is Prop 218, but maybe you can explain it.
Mayor Brotman, members of council, yeah, again, it's the cost of it's based upon what it costs to actually. We have to account for the revenue we receive, the rate we receive must equal the service that is provided. So for the 64-gallon container, that's what the costs are to service those containers.
Okay. Okay, I know that comes up sometimes, but we can't arbitrarily just say we are going to charge more for the larger container and less because we want to create an incentive scheme. That, by Prop 218, is not allowed.
Right. Generally correct. You have to charge the cost as applicable to that particular type of service.
Yeah. Okay. And then I thought there was another question. Is there another question? The caller just a moment ago had another question. I forget. If it comes to me, we'll get it answered. Okay.
Our next caller is Lee Strauss. Lee, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Bachman and council members. My question and comment actually just dovetails onto the discussion that was just happening with the 64-gallon cart versus the 96. I mean, it's, to me, unconscionable on its face that you're asking households that clearly do not produce as much waste in the brown containers to pay 146% increase when those that are clearly producing more waste with the 96-gallon cart are only having a 76% increase. Over the 5 years, or the 4 years, the increase for 64-gallon cart households will increase by over just under 450%. It doesn't make any sense to me. Your truck comes up the street, it picks up the people across the street who have actually two 96-gallon cans. They come by, they pick up ours, we have a 64. You can't tell me that the same truck hitting the same houses, there's an increase in the cost. It's about how much is going into the can. And we're not producing as much. So how in the world are you expecting us to carry the burden of this? Because the increases down the line are the same for both. And you're asking the 64-gallon cart households to carry the burden of this by almost double the 96-gallon cart households. And that does not add up to me at all. I don't understand it. And if it's because, there's more people that have 64-gallon carts than have a 96-gallon cart, and this is a way to, increase that revenue that sounds like is missing from somewhere, that doesn't add up to me at all. If this feels completely mismanaged on behalf of waste management, and now there's a scramble. And the scramble is to make the homeowners of the city of Glendale pay for the mistakes of representatives who have been supposed to be managing this. And I think you absolutely have to go back to the drawing board and have got to come up with different solutions. Because while I personally might be able to handle this, I know there are a lot of households that can't, especially in this economy. And I think that council, you have a duty to be on the lookout for the residents of this city and put the feet to the fire to those that report to you to fix this, but not to the pocketbooks of the residents of the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final caller is Carol. Carol, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I agree with the previous caller. I agree with every point that he made. I think he made some legitimate points on what he mentioned. My concerns are this. I think when people get into office, whether they're serving the city of Glendale or other areas in any government position, what happens is you forget that you work for the people, you forget the accountability, you forget who the people are and where the funds are coming from. It comes from hard-earned money. Everyone works very hard to pay their taxes, to pay the fees, whether it's for rubbish collection or anything else in the city. And I completely oppose this increase. It is so steep. You forget that there are a lot of elderly people here. Other than elderly people, with this economy, it is just absolutely out of control. And you have a duty to serve the will of the people, not impose fees and fines on people. And by the way, we are not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic. So let's correct you there. And we, the people, you represent us. We don't represent you. You ask us. We don't ask you. Let's not forget here what your job is. You took this job and you took an oath to serve the people. Why are we always having the lower hand? Why are we always having to attend these meetings to beg and beg and beg? I request for an extension on this issue and on this topic. I request for complete transparency and expenditures on how the city is spending our hard-earned money. I would like to see transparency on the measures that are being taken. We're supporting illegal immigrants that are residing here in Glendale and forking out so much money while our bills increase. We're very hard. We've lived in this community. I've lived in this community all my life. This is completely unacceptable. And yes, I am very upset. I'm very upset for myself, for many people in the community. I guarantee you, you get out in the streets and you start talking to people, they're going to tell you, no, do not increase it. I don't think a single person is going to agree with this extreme hike in cost for rubbish collection. It is absolutely absurd. And I will tell you like it is. I'm not going to beat around the bush and worry about hurting anybody's feelings. But it is absolutely absurd. And you are all responsible for this. You have to make different decisions for the people. Start serving us and stop penalizing us for lack of transparency and lack of proper expenditure on the budget. We're not beholden to you. This is not acceptable. It needs to be taken, and I request an extension.
Thank you very much. I did remember the question that one of the callers asked, and that was the possibility of doing recycling every other week, or I guess green waste every other week. I can't imagine, because now it's got organic food in it, so you certainly can't let that sit around. But what if we were to do recycling less frequently? Would that generate any meaningful cost savings?
Mr. Mayor, we have certain fixed costs, which are basically to pick up the trash on a weekly basis. So, and then on top of that, both the recycling and organics for residentials are bundled. The residents pay one rate. So our trucks are going to be there on a weekly basis. So they can pick up one cart or all three. So there are some fixed costs, and doing it every other week, it doesn't really impact the rates.
So you're just saying there wouldn't be a significant cost savings from doing that?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. We have no more callers.
Mr. Mayor, before we close the hearing, so Proposition 218 requires at the conclusion of the hearing to, again, restate the totals in terms of the protest. Mr. Hargrove stated, but I'll just state it again for the record. There were 27,118 affected parcels affected by this proposed rate increase. So 13,560 would be required for majority protest. As Mr. Hargrove stated, there were 316 valid protests submitted prior to 5:30 p.m. this afternoon. There was one additional protest that was an invalid protest that was submitted after 5:30. And then I'll just confer with Dr. Bajian that we did not receive any additional written protests during this hearing. So those are the final numbers. There is not a majority protest that has been submitted. And again, as you noted, Mr. Mayor, this is the process that is mandated by Proposition 218, and we followed it in due course.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. So at this point, I will close the hearing, and we'll go into deliberation. So hearing closed at 9:33 p.m. And now I will Be interested in hearing comments, thoughts from my colleagues.
Some questions.
You have some further, okay. That's okay.
I know this was
Councilmember
brought up,
Satriani.
so if you may, can you walk us through where we would be at the end of this 5-year journey on this chart?
The full schedule?
I know, I just,
Are we
In-
talking about the rates, Councilman?
Yeah. Our
in
bid
com-
rate.
in comparison to the other cities,
But we don't know.
Oh, okay.
we don't know.
Is this a slide, Councilmember?
I don't think there is a slide. I'm asking if you have the information at hand.
Mr. Hargrove, the question is 5 years after the 5-year adjustment, where would the city of Glendale stand in comparison to other cities?
Well, how do we know?
Yeah, and that's going to be a very difficult estimation because we don't know what the other cities are going to do. So this is real-time comparison.
No, so for example, does Arcadia have a 5-year plan of increase? And is this like the end point of Arcadia, or is this the current point?
So, Councilmember Asatryan, based on the research that we did, that chart that showed the different cities showed where they are at certain points in time. We don't know, we can't predict what the other cities are going to do next year or in the next 5 years. All we know is that all the cities are in the same boat, obviously. They do have to increase to keep up with their costs, the rates to keep up with the expenses associated with SB 1383. We are going to be, for our system, at the end of the 5 years, we're going to be, for the 64-gallon card, for example, at $63.12 and $70.94 for the 96-gallon. But beyond that, predicting what the other cities are going to do, would be a little bit more difficult.
But the question, Councilmember Sargent question was, do we know of these cities, what stage of their COSA they're at? Is this their first year or the last year or somewhere in the middle?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, it's not, they're kind of a mixed bag. We know, I think Santa Monica's, and I'm going from memory here, is just happened. Claremont and Glendora, I think, are in their 3rd year of a COSA, but it varies.
Can I get a
Councilmember Kazaki,
clarification?
yeah.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Asatryan. Are these COSAs generally done in 5-year increments across the board? Is this something that's standard?
Yes.
Okay.
And one more we know of, we just happened to find out today, is that Pasadena is finishing their COSA, so they should be releasing that before next year, next fiscal year.
Okay.
So I don't live in a single-family home. I didn't get the notice, but I did just ask our city manager to provide me a copy. And I have to tell you, I'm really, really upset over this notice because I was the one that had brought up the cover sheet that needed to go on with the notice. That was palatable for the general public. And honestly, I don't know who we're kidding here, but to put it in English, this letter is available is in its entirety in English, Armenian, and Spanish. If someone can't read English, they're not going to be able to read that this is available in Armenian and Spanish. So was there anything else attached to this?
Yes, Councilmember Asatryan. All the letters were sent out with the different translations, I believe.
Yes, they were sent out with English, full Spanish, and full Armenian translations.
So all the residents got a copy of?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not, okay. Okay. And then, is there any opportunity for us do cities take on increasing rates maybe 1 year at a time? Do we have any of that as examples, or do they always do it 5 years at a time?
I'm not aware of any doing a 1-year COSA, but what they, if they have for example, the commercial franchises, like some of the cities do, and we do also for our commercial, they have rate adjustments on an annual basis, which is Depends on several factors such as the CPI or fuel or whatever. But for COSAs, I'm personally not aware of a one-year COSA that any city has.
But those franchise contracts are long-term contracts.
Exactly. That is
Ours is
correct.
10 years,
Ours is 10-year.
and that's typical in this.
I think the one thing that I would ask is for us to get, I mean, we'll see where we land today, but for us to see the details of where those franchise fees actually go from that general fund and what they're actually being allocated to. I'd like to see that at some point.
You want to, I mean, they just go to the general fund.
Now,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
generally speaking, it is a general fund revenue. It goes to the general fund. It gets utilized as for general fund purposes. It's not like it comes in as a franchise fee. We tag it and then we use it for special purpose. It just is part of the general fund operations for the city of Glendale.
But it was placed there in order to cover other costs that had to do with the refuse, but it was part of a different portion and operations of the city, correct?
Correct, Councilmember Satrian. It's similar to other revenue sources that go into the general fund. Property taxes, for example, sales tax, they all go into general fund. And then depending on the expenditure that we need, services that we need to fund, then we take all the revenues in the same pot and then divide it up and allocate necessary funds to those services or programs or projects. It's not specific as to, because it's not an enterprise fund.
Right.
Okay.
I think that.
You have comments?
I'll hold that to another day. I think I'll just bring that up as a different item. But I think at some point I'd want us to take a look at maybe folding that into the refuse fund.
Okay.
That's a separate discussion, not for
Okay,
today.
but we're in deliberations now. Do you want to give your input on where are you on this? Or do you want to?
No, I want to hear the rest of my colleagues.
Okay. Councilmember Kasakian?
All right, we'll rip off the Band-Aid, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, when I first started in this chambers at that time as clerk, I remember these discussions as to what the trifecta of the third rail of local government was, and it was trash, taxi licenses, and towing contracts. No council ever really wanted to deal with these issues head on, and every time they came up and they came before council, everyone would cringe, and it would be long discussions and long fights, long arguments. The fact of the matter is, you know, people who are upset about this, I understand why you're upset. I'm upset as well. I'm upset because previous councils didn't address this issue, and for various reasons that, you know, it wouldn't have necessarily made sense at certain points to increase the rates, but now we're at a place where not increasing the rates will put our city in peril in terms of the quality of life and the cleanliness that we've come to expect from it. The one issue I have with all of this is that we're making these predictions in a 5-year fog. We don't know what 2 years from now the world is going to look like. We don't know what the city's going to look like. We've tried to make our best projections. Obviously, some of it based on 30% or 29% moving target based on state recommendations. I do support the imposing on ourselves as residents an increase in the fees for collecting our waste, and I understand why we've done it in the 5-year increments, as was clarified as to how this is the way it's done. This is how these COSA projections are done and calculated. But I would like to see that if we were to adopt this, that every year we come back with a review as to where we are, and for the next step, which we've seen through what you've presented to us this evening, there are extreme jumps, to be evaluating whether that next jump is necessary, and for that to happen with an analysis and vote of the council. Because if we get to a point where we see that, you know, maybe we over-projected or we have overcompensated, then we kind of pump the brakes on the increases, and we give our residents, of which I'm one, as is everyone, we're increasing these rates on ourselves as well, and willing to pay for the type of city we live in where our trash is picked up when we make calls about bulky items, or our crews are out there cleaning it up. You know, just drive around LA County and compare us to anywhere else. We want to maintain that. So with that, if my colleagues would support something like that, I would be inclined to support this.
I would.
Okay. Let me go to Councilmember Devine now, and then we'll come back.
And one more thing, I would say, I understand folks' frustrations about, like, you know, we extend this, but this is now the second time we're coming and having this discussion at council regarding this. So I don't want to see this extended, and I could not be comfortable with myself passing this on, passing the buck to another council or future councils.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Devine.
Yeah, well, of course, this is a difficult decision. You know, no one wants to have their fees raised. I want to mention to the caller that we are not exempt from this. I'm going to be paying the same as everyone else that has the bins the size of that I have. I have been a proponent of if I just put my bin out once every 2 weeks, why do I have to pay the same as someone who puts theirs out every week? I thought the gentleman that mentioned the chip in the bin, I thought that was a great idea, and I hope that we can look into something like that so that when the bin is emptied, it's registered. Maybe that's the way we do it with technology. Yeah, look into the chip. I agree wholeheartedly with Councilmember Kasakian, because that was why I asked about the ability to change the increase as we progress through these 5 years. And the answer was, yes, we can do that. We can bring it back if things have changed. You know, I'm hoping, and I think that I'm seeing, you know, you mentioned let's not charge as much for the recycle bin. That's my bin that fills up the most and the fastest. I would rather see my trash is getting less and less. And so I would like to, you know, again, see those of us that are producing less trash get some sort of incentive. And I think that's, or some sort of a break. And I think that's something that we should look at in the future. I said from the beginning of this is a really tough pill to swallow. I get it. I understand it. I think the rationale for raising these rates, and forgive me if I'm redundant or repetitive, but with SB 1383 and its implementation, our recovery programs, you have to think about all of the details that are involved in this legislation that we're dealing with. Recovery programs, collecting organics, education and outreach, that all costs. That all goes into the cost of service. The closure of Shoal Canyon, we are going to have to pay. I don't know if you realize it, but we're going to have to pay for our trash to go someplace else because we can't take it here. So that's another expense that we're going to be looking at. And then you get to the state mandates, diverting the green waste, organic waste, and that impacts the weekly routes, the number, the drivers, the side loading. I mean, we can go on. When you start looking at, and the mayor is good at getting into the weeds of things, and this is what I think the public has to look at, is what we are having to, the expenses that the city has, and the reason that we have to do this at this time. Yes, we can blame the previous councils for not raising the rates. I think there was a good explanation about how when we had a lot of excess funding, we didn't have all of these costs. And if you notice in that chart that when 1383 started taking effect, started to see that dip because we had to start paying. And I think Councilmember Kasakian brought up another excellent point, is the fact that look at the price of gas these days. I mean, it all adds up. And so I think we've reached that tipping point. We've just reached that tipping point where something has to be done. And unfortunately, this first year is the hammer coming down. But as I say, hopefully, as we progress through the 5 years, we can look at different programs to help people out, incentives perhaps, subsidies perhaps. There are all kinds of ways that I think we can help out. And but for now, I think this is something that this council has to have the courage to do. And I'm afraid that I'm going to have to approve this.
Mayor, I just want to add one more thing. You know, we're looking at our budget and our finances, and when you look at them in their totality, and I was just having a conversation this morning with some residents in Adams Hill area who had actually watched some of the previous budget meetings, and, you know, they were commiserating and empathizing with us with kind of the financial situations we find ourselves in. This is not so simple as to say we're not going to increase costs in this one area when, you know, when you look at where we are going to be as a city as a whole, and, you know, pension obligations that we have to pay, things that are coming due, wear and tear on our streets and infrastructure expenses. So it is.
What is that?
All right.
Voice of God, or who knows? Maybe it was just me?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, well, maybe that's my signal to not say anymore. But that's
Yeah.
I do understand folks I understand my neighbors who are upset, my fellow residents. But, you know, the train has left the station. If we don't do something now, it's going to be even worse.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Satrio?
So, I'm in agreement with I don't want to give a long speech. I think, you know, people have been here long enough, and our decision at the end is just going to be our decision. So I would support this if we move forward with the first year with the understanding that there would be a report back before the increase the coming years with the council approval. I do want to see how we're spending these franchise fees, because again, at the beginning of this meeting, I asked if things were being subsidized for refuse in other ways, and the answer to that was yes, but the council had decided that, so I want to see a detail of, you know, what we're actually spending the franchise fees on. My understanding is there's an accounting principle of, you know, matching funds and matching principles being in the same bucket. So I'd like to explore that and see that. And then most definitely coming back with a relief program for senior and low-income families, and how we define that low-income family, because again, $49,000 elsewhere is not, you know, not the same in Glendale, so.
Okay, thank you. So I think I will probably land in the same place everybody else is. You know, I think it should go without saying that this is the least pleasant thing we have to do. None of us relish this. Staff certainly does not enjoy doing this. And it's especially true right now. Everybody's going through a hard time. We understand that. Prices of gas are up, natural gas, you know, eggs, we've heard, you know, we know people are being hit on all sides, and it's hard for people on fixed incomes, mom and pop landlords. I get it. If we didn't have to do this, we wouldn't. But I really genuinely believe that we have no good alternatives. We just don't. You heard about all the increasing costs. I'm not going to go through that. You know, the only, if we were to reduce the amount we're increasing, delay it in any way, people have talked about, you know, covering costs with ARPA funds, covering costs with, you know, the franchise fee. Any of these things that we do is basically subsidizing one class of residents out of general fund revenues, right? And to me, that's a red line. I don't understand why the whole community, all the residents, including the large majority of residents who are, renters in large multifamily properties, condo owners, why should their tax dollars be used to buy down rates for single-family homeowners and small multifamily? How about them? Their trash rates have gone up 3 to 5 times all at once, not over 4 years or 5 years. So any solution that would prevent these increases or reduce these increases would come at the cost of general fund revenues, which to me is just deeply unfair. So I just don't see an alternative. Now, I do agree that I believe we should pass this 5-year COSA. However, I fully believe that, I fully support Councilmember Kasakian's suggestion that we have a check-in every year before the next rate increase goes into effect to look at our numbers, and if there's any way we can shave something off that next year's increase, we do that. I would also like to see us in the next period of time between now and then really dig deep and look for cost-saving opportunities. There's always some fat that can be worked out of a system. Let's do as much as we can to try to identify any areas where we can reduce cost, obviously without impacting service. I would also like us to really look into these pay-as-you-throw concepts. I know it requires technology that we don't have. Ultimately, it may require different trucks that have sensors. I don't know what anybody is doing out there, but I wouldn't mind leading the way on this, because I think at the end of the day, we have to match costs to, how do I want to say it? We have to create incentives for people to reduce the waste that they produce. And the only way you're going to have that incentive is if you're paying directly for the cost of your waste production, just like we do with utilities and with water. So I would like us to dig into that question. And something that we've talked about already is let's work on a real serious waste reduction campaign. We've talked about that, reducing food waste, which is a big part of the waste that we produce, and other things that can reduce the overall waste that's being produced in the city, because ultimately that is going to be what is required to kind of control that cost curve into the future. And it's also good for the environment. So I think we should do that. And I guess that's all I can say. So I am, without much happiness, going to support this COSA. Okay, so what happens now?
Mr. Mayor, we need a motion for item 9A1, and I heard one requested condition from Councilmember Kasakian regarding coming back with a report every year. I would suggest on or before June 1st of every year, because with the increase in July, assuming staff will bring it back sooner, that prior to the annual adjustment, the staff would provide a report on the revenues and expenses of the refuse fund.
Okay.
I'm fine with that. I mean, May, June, right when we're going through our budget during that season, I think it's most appropriate.
Okay, so will you make that motion?
Make that motion, that.
I'll second.
And a second from Councilmember Asatryan. And now, roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Divine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian, Mayor Brotman.
Yes. Thank you. And what is next?
Next are oral communications. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is allowed 5 minutes. Council may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The city manager may refer the matter to the appropriate department for investigation and report.
Okay, thank you.
We have 3 speaker cards and no callers.
And no callers. Okay, and our first speaker is, trying to read this, Gary Swainer. Do I have that right?
Yeah, Swanner.
Oh, okay. Swanner?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Brotman. First off, thank you so much for allowing me to discuss this topic. It feels a little trivial or selfish considering the topics affecting the broader community and what was going on outside earlier, but nonetheless, it affects my life personally, and I appreciate this opportunity. To introduce myself, my name is Gary Swanner, and I've lived in Glendale most of my life. I currently reside in La Crescenta on Pennsylvania Avenue, north of Foothill on the west side of the street. And the reason I'm here today is to urge the council to please consider an amendment to the front setback code. I'm hoping you'll consider a very specific amendment that for particularly busy streets, such as Pennsylvania, where there are hundreds of cars that pass each day, typically going or regularly going 50 to 60 miles per hour, that residents be allowed to install a small wooden fence, no more than 36 inches, in order to protect the safety of the residents. My personal story is that I installed a beautiful small wooden fence about 3 years ago, and approximately 2 years after it was installed, I got a notice of violation for the front setback code. When we purchased the property, my wife and I, in 2017, we didn't have pets and we didn't have children. Now we do, which has been a blessing. But we've tried everything to protect our dogs and our child from the busy street, including hedges and plants. The only foolproof method that we could come up with has been the fence. The tipping point of this decision to install a fence was one afternoon, my sister came to visit with her son, my nephew, and when they opened the door, the dogs ran out in excitement, as they normally do. However, this time there was a dog across the street, and so my dogs ran into the street, and even worse, my nephew ran after our dogs. I apologize for getting emotional, but it was a very scary situation. Thankfully, the car driving southbound was able to see the commotion as we were all screaming. They slammed their brakes and swerved, and nobody was killed that day, which I'm very thankful for. Shortly after that, we decided to install the fence, and life has been markedly better since we've done that. Completely separately, but also more recently, our neighborhood has been inundated with coyotes. I think it's a common problem with the foothill communities. There's a pack that frequents our neighbor's yard, and although the fence isn't foolproof against that, it does add a layer of protection. So, in summary, I've been meeting with city planners. I've been pleading with our violation officer. I've paid over $1,000 in fines, and now my case is being referred to the city attorney for prosecution, and this is my last stop to see if there's any way that we can work together to keep my family and others in a similar situation safe. It would be so much easier to remove the fence. It's caused so much stress and anxiety on my wife and myself, and we hate being at odds with the city, but I also know that the consequence of removing the fence is far too grave. So I guess the last thing I'll say in closing is that reading all the violation documentation, which I've done over and over again, everything points back to the Glendale Municipal Code, which says these standards are to protect the safety, health, and property values of the Glendale residents. And I believe the fence that I've installed is overarchingly in the spirit of compliance with those guidelines. So thank you for your consideration. And I have a photograph of our house with the fence, if that's appropriate or helpful.
Okay.
But
Yeah. And how far is it set back?
it's about 3 feet from the curb. And I know that I think I don't even know if our house is 25 feet from the curb, which is yeah.
Yeah, and it's a wooden fence?
It's a wooden fence. And as far as this is
There's no
trivial and
variance process?
superficial, but we've had dozens and dozens of people ask us for the wood we've used, the contractors, to duplicate something similar, which I warn them against. But, and we're also, like I said, we're on the west side of the street. On the east side of Pennsylvania is governed by the county, and so they're allowed. I have a neighbor across the street that just put up an 8-foot fence around his whole property, and I have like a 30-inch fence that my son can now see over, but it provides a barrier that allows him to play in the front yard after we go on walks and keeps it in distance from the cars that whiz down Pennsylvania.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. We'll discuss this and see what we can do.
I appreciate your time.
Councilmember Safran.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Calvert, I know you're working on a bunch of docs you're going to bring back and the consultant that you're going to, could this request also be part of, or is it going to be part of a package of things that you're going to be bringing back as we look at the different codes that we have? It may not address his particular issue, but I think it's a larger issue in our city. And so I know that you and I had actually talked about previously, there were some cases of residents that had the hedges, and because our city is complaint driven, their neighbors were complaining that they had one, but the rest of the block has it, and nobody else is getting fined or called or any of that. So if these kinds of issues could also be part of the code changes and things that you're bringing back, it'd be great.
Well, I think to follow up on that, I'd like to request that we bring this back, this code, this ordinance, to council for possible revision.
If that's your request, per our new process, we'll have to add it to a new business item.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Just so we're clear, when we do bring it back, you're talking about the setback or the fence limitation? Because there's
The fence,
Okay.
fences. We've been through that before, quite a few years ago, though. And, again, things change.
And
I appreciate it.
if I may add, actually, I think when we're going through our, setting our priorities for the next year, we also talked about, because there are a lot of things that Mr. Calvert's department's going to be bringing back to us, that we look at how we're reducing that code enforcement for certain things and kind of holding off until we make those decisions. And so we've already kind of given that direction through our priorities, so I don't know how that would be helpful to this specific case, but I think it should be looked at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have next Alan Dish.
Good evening, Council. There's a lot going on in the city, and it's late, so I'm not going to talk about what's going on today or what happened today at the school board. It's a polemic that I'm engaged in. I hope to be talking to Mr. Jordan Henry himself soon, because I think he's one of the people who organized it nonetheless. Let me talk about ecology. I don't want to talk about the Armenian history so much. So I have some issues about where we are today. Picking up from that caller 3 weeks ago, who was saying that you are not a true ecologist as a council. I understand, incidentally, some issues. Let's say when people are saying that these problems with, for example, banning plastic spoons or banning gas leaf blowers, yes, we should maybe do them. But my point is, in the long run, it's not going to be enough. So I hope I can say that. And to go on, I don't think, yes, of course, I take ecology very seriously. Like, that's why I am fascinated by how more and more it functions, you know, in a way where, like, first, there's the so-called too easy ecology, which I'm against, like in recycling, where you feel guilty, and the idea is you're offered an easy way out, like recycle and everything, and you can go on consuming. No, we're gonna need bigger systemic changes. One of them I suggested, which was installing a sprinkler system. I hope you don't dismiss this as total outlandish, like, cynicism. I think it's a serious issue, stopping these wildfires. So let me, with all benevolence, I want to say a joke, if you permit me. It's from the Soviet Union. It was these famous anti-communist jokes, Radio Yerevan, maybe you've heard them, where a caller asks a question and the radio always answers, in principle, yes, but. And this is about, I like this version because it's about Armenians and Jews, if you permit me. It says, they ask Radio Yerevan, will there still be Armenians and Jews when we reach the final stage of communism? And Radio Yerevan answers, in principle, no, but then he says they'll find a way to like, get out of it. My idea here, again, it's to recapitulate what I tried to say last time, that we will need to make bigger systemic changes. And Mr. Brotman, if you are accused, I think in a wrong way, of being, I don't know, not faithful to the leftist causes, or again, you're trying to impose limits. Yes, we have to accept that we will need to be imposing certain limits on the so-called American way of life. I'm unfortunately going to say that, but again, I enjoy being a citizen here. So, just to conclude, in a very friendly way, I don't think you guys will be neither saviors, nor are you total destroyers or what. Rather, I would like to use a term which is used in psychology, other places. It's called vanishing mediator. That's what you guys are. A vanishing mediator is a concept that exists to mediate between two opposing ideas as a transition occurs between them. I'm going to use it in politics. So the idea would be, we have, don't be afraid, we have a kind of situation where we are going towards, you know, council districts, what to do with Scholl, and so on and so on. And maybe all we can hope for is simply to delay the inevitable or the problems, and you guys can facilitate basically in making sure that it's a smoother transition.
Okay, thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
And next, Walter Bagramyan, talking to us about housing.
Okay, yeah, good evening again. Well, on my way here, and I saw people by the school board, so I asked the, you know, city leaders, you do everything to address it and to see it de-escalated. But I'm here for housing, the so-called housing crisis, which to me is just housing imbalance. I quite honestly, I laugh at people that say that it's housing crisis, because it's not. It's housing imbalance. It was created by national and state policies. It was really messed up by the Federal Reserve, 0% interest rate. And I'll tell you this, I started doing real estate in 1996, and I prior to 2014 or 13, I had never seen anyone buying single-family residence specifically for, rental purposes. But, nowadays you see people buying condos, houses, in large numbers, just to rent it out. You see a lot of, up to about a year ago, you see a lot of people getting cheap money from Fannie, Freddie, and being able to buy homes, even though they may not be making any return on those investments. So, as I say, it's not housing crisis, it's just housing imbalance. I don't have my glasses, but let's see. So there's been a lot of housing built since 2012 in Los Angeles area, but mainly rental housing. I mean, and rental housing starting $2,500 a month for one bedroom. And a lot of people say it's affordable to me, for a lot of people on, stable income or low income, that's not, affordable. But, rental housing is necessary, but it doesn't address the housing crisis completely. Based on my Google search, homeownership in Glendale is at 33%. And I find that a bit of, for a lack of a better word, sorry to say, hate or discriminatory attitude towards homeownership. But I know it's not intentional. I'm not blaming anyone here. That's how it is. It's in Glendale, Burbank. At least that's what Google is telling me. Not everything on the internet is true, but that's a number that our housing should look into, address it. I have a good experience with real estate housing, and I wouldn't mind getting together with them to address a lot of issues. And I'm not trying to brag about myself or say I'm an expert or anything like that, but I don't mind, putting my time into it and get some things addressed. Keep in mind that, you can't fix housing imbalance without addressing home ownership issue. Homeownership is low in Glendale, but to make things worse, investors are buying smaller properties and adding ADUs and JADUs. Now, JADUs, you need to live on the property to add JADU. And a lot of people are adding it and then renting it out, which is not right. And, and we don't have a lot of smaller sized properties in Glendale area. We have some in Glendale 91214. The numeric streets, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and just some here and there, but mainly in 91214 zip code. We have some in 91202 zip code, but very limited. And I would like, city to take a look into this. And they're buying the smaller size properties in Glendale, and basically they're just adding ADUs. And when you buy for last year, the prices have gone, well, they stabilized. So we were able to see $800,000 properties in Glendale, some in 91214 zip code area, which is a great thing for first-time home buyers. For a long time, we didn't have that. And now first-time home buyers, minorities, single moms, they're able to get those, but then, they can't compete with the investors. So it's, if tenants have alternatives, let's say to buy or rent, that itself would put pressure on rental housing. But if you don't have a supply of homes for sale, where's the alternative for our competition? Investors buy these limited amount of properties and build ADUs. The price for small property will jump from 800s to 1.3, 1.4. And I'm not exaggerating. I could give you, examples. I could bring comparables. And so, I suggest that.
Could you just wrap it up?
Yeah,
'cause your time is up.
This is just, a sentence maybe. Just please for houses less than 1,150 square feet, not to be given for ADUs, just to encourage the home ownership. And you may say it is a state law, but keep in mind that Marin County is not complying with that law. Keep in mind that the city of Huntington Beach has is not complying with that. They have good supply of 192 properties for sale. We have about 62 properties in Glendale for sale.
Let me suggest, because it sounds like you have a lot of interesting things. Why don't you send us an email with some of these suggestions?
I'm done.
Yeah, but if you send us an email, then it's easier for us to then respond to it.
I actually want to get your contact information so that I can reach out, but there's nothing on the card. If you can add it, then.
Yeah, maybe you can.
Just give me a second.
I mean, I did work with housing with some years ago, and I'm always for homeownership. And but that was years
If
ago.
you could just stick around, we're going to wrap up, and I think if you
Because,
folks-
you know, homeownership is something we talk about a lot and we care about, and so we'd like to hear ideas. Okay.
We have one caller.
Oh, we do? Okay.
We do. We have Edwin on air. Edwin, you have 5 minutes. You're able to speak now.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening, council members. I just want to tell you guys how lucky you guys are for maintaining the city of Glendale very well, and there's less problems in Glendale. I just wanted to talk about last Tuesday where I live in Tujunga, which is on the border of Glendale. Thankfully, the police have arrested an arson suspect who was going around setting cars on fire throughout the Tujunga area. Since February, we've had over 20 arson car fires that happened in the city in Tujunga and Sunland, which is unacceptable. And right there, I do like Mayor, Councilmember Devine's agenda that we need to talk about Mental Health Awareness Month, because that gentleman who was going around setting fires clearly has mental health issues, and this is why we need to support Mental Health Awareness Month, because we have a lot of people who have this type of mental illness. Secondly, what a chaotic day it was in Glendale, and I was there to see what's going on at the protest. I've met parents who say that they want to have the right to decide what their child should learn in the Glendale Unified School District education and what not to learn. Everything was fine. The protest was peaceful, except the fact that Antifa showed up and incited a riot. And that's what started this whole thing. And I've never seen a riot take place in the city of Glendale. But I've always seen riots occur in cities like Los Angeles and in Beverly Hills that I remember. But this is the first time I've seen a riot that happened in the city of Glendale. The one thing I want to talk to you guys about is I want to say that Antifa is always there to incite violence. And I want to thank the Glendale Police Department for taking care of this problem by arresting and taking an Antifa member to jail. And so I just want to make sure you guys know that Antifa, anytime they show up, they're there to start a riot, and which is really, really unacceptable. So good job. I want to say thank you for having the best police department than any other city in California. You guys, Glendale PD did a fantastic job. I hope they do round up these Antifa members and take their asses to jail, because you know what? Innocent people who are having a peaceful protest shouldn't have to be assaulted by these Antifa thugs. Thank you so much, and I hope your Glendale Police Department does a good job again if there's another protest again. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay. What's next?
Adjournment.
In memory of.
Oh, I'm sorry. And I need to get my.
Chad Edgington.
Chad
I'll move to,
Edgington.
I'll move for us to adjourn in memory of Chad Edgington.
Thank you.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are adjourned at 10:22 p.m. I always forget those. Like I have all